It began as so many great mysteries do, with a whisper, an excavation that was never meant to be public, a site that appeared on no official record, and a discovery that briefly threatened to change everything we thought we knew about human history. Hidden somewhere beyond the deserts and government borders, a team of researchers stumbled upon something buried far deeper than any conventional dig would dare to reach. It started as a legitimate scientific effort, but what they found beneath the Earth's surface would set off a chain of events that few people have ever heard about, because within weeks, the entire site was gone. No official explanation, no press conference, just silence. The story begins with a group of archaeologists operating under a small research grant, conducting routine stratigraphic surveys in a remote region. They weren't treasure hunters or conspiracy theorists. They were professionals following the layers of time through soil and stone, documenting the subtle evidence of ancient life. But in one unassuming pit, their instruments began returning readings that didn't make sense. The sediment layers were inconsistent, as if time itself had folded strangely in this one place. Ground-penetrating radar revealed what appeared to be geometric structures, angular formations, too precise to be natural, buried hundreds of feet below. The deeper they looked, the more impossible it seemed. Then came the moment of revelation. As the team widened the excavation shaft, they uncovered the edge of a carved block of stone unlike any local material. Its surface was smooth, polished, and cut with uncanny precision. It reflected light in a way that reminded some of worked metal, not rock. The carvings that followed were even stranger. Unfamiliar symbols, faintly etched yet perfectly uniform, as if made by machinery rather than hand tools. To anyone who has ever brushed dust on the surface of an artifact, the feeling is unmistakable, a quiet awe mixed with disbelief. They were looking at something ancient, but crafted with sophistication far beyond the technology of known history. Word spread quickly through the small community of researchers. A few photos circulated privately, meant only for academic review. But within days, everything changed. Local authorities arrived, citing safety and environmental regulations. The dig was temporarily halted. At least that's what they said, but the way it happened felt wrong. Security fences appeared overnight. The team's equipment was confiscated. Their data drives were seized for verification. The researchers were told to leave immediately, escorted out of the area by unmarked vehicles. The following week, when some tried to return, the site was covered over, sealed, and declared off-limits. The official explanation was vague and unsatisfying. Subsurface instability, hazardous conditions, and protection of cultural heritage. But no follow-up statements were ever released. No site report was published. It was as if the entire operation had never existed. Those who had worked there received non-disclosure agreements, forbidding them from discussing what they had seen. Some complied. Others quietly disappeared from academia. And the few who dared to speak hinted that what lay beneath that ground was something governments weren't ready for the public to know. Why would a dig like this, an archaeological endeavor funded and staffed by professionals, be shut down with such precision and secrecy? The question burned through online communities and academic circles alike. Some said the discovery proved the existence of a lost civilization, one that predated even Sumer and Egypt. Others claimed it was evidence of non-human intervention, remnants of an ancient technology buried to keep humanity from rediscovering it too soon. But beyond speculation, one fact remained. The dig site had been real, and then it was gone. Satellite imagery offered the next clue. Before the shutdown, the area showed the telltale signs of excavation, disturbed soil, grid layouts, equipment tracks. But soon after, newer satellite passes showed a flattened surface, no sign of human interference, no trace of machinery or earthworks. Even the metadata from some mapping databases had been altered. It was as if the site had been erased, not just from the land, but from the record of reality itself. What could be buried beneath the earth that powerful institutions would go to such lengths to hide? Was an artifact too dangerous to reveal, or knowledge too transformative for the public to accept? As the silence deepened, fragments of truth began to surface. Fragments from whistleblowers, leaked photos, and documents that pointed to something much larger than a dig site. They hinted at a chain of hidden discoveries, each suppressed before the world could learn of them. And this one, perhaps, was the most important of all. By the time the first independent journalists arrived at the supposed coordinates, there was nothing left to find. The desert wind had smoothed every trace of disturbance. But sometimes the absence of evidence is its own kind of evidence. It tells us something happened there, something that someone does not want remembered. This is where our story begins, with a forbidden excavation, a vanished team, and a silence that echoes louder than any discovery. Over the course of this investigation, we will follow the breadcrumbs left behind. Photos that shouldn't exist, testimonies that defy logic, and scientific data too strange to dismiss. By the end, we may not have all the answers, but one thing will be undeniable. Something extraordinary was unearthed, and someone wanted it buried again. In the shadows of history, where archaeology meets secrecy, truth often wears the mask of myth. But as we dig deeper, the question is no longer the discovery was real. It's why it was hidden. And that question will take us to the heart of one of the most guarded mysteries of the modern age. The coordinates were never officially published, yet those who were part of the original excavation still speak of them in hushed tones, as if naming the place itself might summon unwanted attention. It was said to lie in a stretch of desert rarely visited even by locals, a wasteland of wind-carved stone and silence, hundreds of miles from any settlement, the kind of place where the horizon seems to bend and where the landscape swallows secrets whole. At first, the DID team only had a vague reference, an entry buried in a decades-old geological survey, mentioning subsurface anomalies and non-conforming strata. But when they cross-referenced the data with modern satellite scans, something strange appeared, a rectangular depression deep beneath layers of sediment, perfectly aligned to the cardinal points. That geometric precision was the first clue that nature alone could not have shaped it. When those same coordinates were entered into public mapping software, the area showed little more than blank sand dunes. But in archival versions of satellite imagery, before certain updates, faint outlines could still be seen, long parallel shadows cutting to the ground, forming what looked like the edges of a vast buried complex. The anomaly spanned nearly 2 kilometers. Researchers began to speculate it could be the remnants of a forgotten city or a ceremonial structure lost to time. But then, something inexplicable happened. Within days of the team filing for excavation permits, those satellite images vanished. The same coordinate squares, once detailed, were suddenly replaced by low-resolution blur patches. Standardized obfuscation, often used to hide military or sensitive sites. Those who noticed the change thought it was a glitch. After all, why would a barren stretch of desert be redacted from public view? But the pattern was too deliberate. Even third-party geospatial databases began returning no data available messages for the region. In one case, a cartography student who had been tracking elevation models reported his academic account was mysteriously suspended after uploading comparison shots of the terrain. When he contacted the service provider, he received a short, cryptic response. Data withheld pending national security review. The disappearance of location from a map may not seem like much, but in the world of archaeology, it's a digital vanishing act. Every excavation depends on official records, topographic maps, geological registries, historical references. Erase those, and the site effectively ceases to exist. No records, no accountability, no proof that anything was ever there. That's precisely what seemed to happen here. The site was not only sealed physically, it was erased virtually, as if history itself had been rewritten one coordinate at a time. A few independent researchers tried to backtrack the missing information. One of them, a retired geologist named Rahman, had been studying subcrustal anomalies in the region since the 1980s. He recognized the geological fingerprint immediately. This formation shouldn't be there, he told an interviewer years later. The underlying strata dates back millions of years. But the symmetry, those angles, no natural process creates that. Someone built it, then time buried it. When asked why the government would suppress such findings, his answer was chillingly simple: because it doesn't fit the story we've been told. Soon after Rahman's comments were circulated online, his research blog was taken offline. Colleagues reported he withdrew from public life, declining further interviews. His colleagues described him as a man convinced that he had touched the edge of something immense, a truth so old, so destabilizing, that the world wasn't ready to face it. Still, fragments of information manage the surface. In one archived geological report, dated decades before the modern excavation, there was a brief mention of metallic echo signatures detected through seismic analysis. The wording was odd, as though the writers didn't quite know what they were describing. Metallic resonance anomalies found at subsedimentary depth coordinate grid 14A to 17C. Possible ferrous composition unclassified. The report ended abruptly, with no follow-up pages preserved. Those coordinates matched precisely with the location where the modern dig had begun. And then there were the maps. Hand-drawn, incomplete, and faded by time, but undeniably ancient. Some matched no known cartographic system. Among collectors of rare historical documents, whisper spread of an old parchment, reportedly traced from a long-lost explorer's logbook, that showed a circular city in the exact same desert region, labeled only as the Silent Plain. If authentic, it suggested that travelers centuries ago had known of a ruin buried beneath the dunes. But the site had since vanished from every official map. The closer independent researchers looked, the deeper the mystery grew. Digital coordinates shifted slightly between platforms, as if someone had scrambled the precise location. Entire datasets were mirrored under false names. Geological depth charts that once displayed consistent contours suddenly flattened into uniform sand plains. A digital sleight of hand had concealed the truth in plain sight. Why would any government or institution go to such lengths to hide an archaeological site? There are practical explanations, of course: security zones, resource rights, restricted military corridors. But none of those applied here. There were no installations, no known assets, no strategic value. Just a silent expanse of desert. Unless, of course, the value was not on the surface, but buried deep beneath it. As the digital maps were scrubbed, so too were the physical signs. Aerial photographers attempting to capture the region reported their drones abruptly losing GPS connection as they neared the coordinates. Batteries drained faster than usual. Some swore that compasses spun erratically when held near the surface, though skeptics dismissed it as magnetic interference. Still, the reports piled up. Something about this place resisted observation, as though the land itself did not wish to be found. The vanishing of a location from modern mapping is not just a technological oddity. It is a statement of power. To remove a place from the world's collective perception is to control its reality. The site that once promised to change human history had been digitally and physically erased. And in that absence lay the most haunting question of all. If this place was truly unimportant, why erase it at all? Those who had glimpsed the original images, those who had stood on that soil, spoke of a feeling difficult to describe. It wasn't merely the weight of history, or the awe of discovery. It was an intuition that they were intruding on something intentionally forgotten, a secret buried not just by time, but by design. As one archaeologist put it wasn't the digging that felt dangerous, it was a knowing. What began as a small excavation had become a geopolitical ghost story, written across layers of shifting sand and silent pixels. Somewhere out there, beneath the erased coordinates and the official denials, something still waits, unchanged by time, untouched by light, and unreachable by those who seek the truth. The question that remains isn't just where the site went. It's who made it disappear, and what they're so desperate to keep hidden beneath the map that no longer exists. Long before the public ever heard a whisper of the vanished excavation, the academic world had already begun to sense that something unusual was stirring behind closed doors. It started, as many suppressed stories do, with rumor, carefully worded conversations over conference dinners, stray remarks in private academic forums, and the kind of hesitant curiosity that lives only among people who know too much to speak freely. There's a project out there, one researcher told another in a half-whisper. Something they found that isn't in any publication record. Something big. Most dismiss it as gossip, but those who paid attention noticed a strange pattern. Researchers who had recently traveled to the region had stopped replying to emails. Papers that were once scheduled for presentation quietly vanished from conference programs. Something was happening behind the scenes, and whatever it was, it had the attention of people in high places. The first traceable clue emerged through a handful of withdrawn research abstracts. Months before the dig was sealed, A few archaeologists had prepared to publish their findings on what they described as anomalous substructures within deep stratigraphy, but the publications were abruptly canceled, with editors citing incomplete data or author withdrawal. It was rare, but not unheard of, until it began happening repeatedly across multiple journals. Entire research teams went silent. University departments that once shared updates on fieldwork suddenly removed entire sections of their websites. For those paying attention, it was as though a shadow had fallen across an entire branch of archaeology. One of the early researchers, a junior field assistant we'll call Lena, to protect her identity, described the atmosphere in the weeks leading up to the shutdown. She recalled how excited her team had been when the radar scans first revealed the underground formations. "We thought we'd stumbled onto a forgotten temple," she said years later. "Our lead archaeologist told us to prepare a preliminary report for publication, but the night before we were due to submit it, he called everyone into a tent and said, 'The project's been reclassified.' We weren't to speak about it again. Within 48 hours, all access to the site was restricted. She never saw her professor again." Lena wasn't the only one. Another member of the team, a geochemist named Alvarez, reportedly told colleagues that military officials had shown up with documents ordering an immediate cessation of all scientific activity. The officials claimed the site posed subsurface contamination risks, though no chemical or biological hazards were ever identified. They didn't even test the soil, Alvarez wrote in a private email that later leaked online. They just shut it down. It wasn't about safety, it was about control. Not long after, Alvarez's professional license was revoked due to alleged misconduct in field documentation. Those close to him believe it was a fabricated charge to discredit him. As rumors spread, so did unease. Academics in related disciplines, geology, anthropology, ancient linguistics, began receiving strange communications from funding boards and government agencies. Proposals for fieldwork near the restricted region were declined without explanation. A few professors reported being told to avoid politically sensitive topics. The wording was identical across multiple institutions, suggesting a coordinated directive. Within a matter of weeks, it became clear that the entire subject of the dig had become untouchable. Then came the non-disclosure agreements. Several contractors who supplied excavation equipment later admitted that they were forced to sign NDAs under penalty of prosecution. The documents, which a whistleblower later described, were unusually strict, not just forbidding discussion of the site's location, but prohibiting mention of any visual, acoustic, or electromagnetic phenomena observed during excavation. The inclusion of such language raised disturbing questions. What exactly had they seen or heard? Underground? Behind closed doors? Tension grew among academic peers. Some argued that keeping silent was a matter of professional survival. Others felt morally compelled to speak out. But those who tried to break the silence faced swift repercussions. A senior lecturer at a European university mentioned the dig during a recorded podcast interview, hinting that certain discoveries might rewrite human history. Within a week, his department suspended him pending review of research ethics violations. When asked about it later, he declined to comment, stating only that some truths are not meant to be uncovered without consequence. Meanwhile, fragments of the story began leaking through private communication channels, old-school mailing lists, encrypted forums, and obscure blogs frequented by researchers fascinated by forbidden archaeology. One anonymous post described seeing a sealed artifact crate labeled with restricted classification codes. Another claimed that a photograph had circulated internally among academics, showing a carved lintel inscribed with symbols unknown to any recorded language. None of these materials ever surfaced publicly, but the descriptions were consistent enough to suggest they weren't mere invention. The most curious part was a shift in tone among archaeologists themselves. For decades, the field had prided itself on transparency and peer review. But suddenly, open discussion of the dig was treated as taboo. Some began referring to it obliquely, calling it the Silent Project or the Redacted Site. A researcher from South America, during an unrelated symposium, made a cryptic comment that drew gasps from the audience. We should not disturb the things that were deliberately hidden. Afterward, she refused to elaborate. When questioned, The relevant institutions denied any involvement in suppressing data. Their official position was that no verified archaeological discovery matching that description has been recorded. Yet internal correspondence leaked by a former administrative assistant painted a different picture. In one email, a senior university official wrote, "Per external advisement, suspend dissemination of all field data pertaining to the redacted excavation. Legal implications extend beyond academic jurisdiction." The term external advisement likely referred to a government or intelligence entity. Even those who didn't believe in conspiracies began to wonder what could drive such widespread silence. Some speculated the discovery might have challenged established chronologies, perhaps evidence of human civilization existing tens of thousands of years earlier than accepted. Others feared it might have revealed technologies or materials incompatible with our current understanding of prehistory. But whatever the truth, it was clear that someone was managing the narrative very carefully. In the months following the shutdown, a few surviving researchers gathered privately in what they called archival sessions. They shared notes, sketches, and personal recollections. Many described strange sensations while working at the site, disruptions in their instruments, feelings of disorientation, and an inexplicable humming sound deep beneath the ground. They believed these experiences might be connected to whatever was buried below, though they had no proof. One participant summed it up in a phrase that still circulates online today. It felt alive, as if the earth itself was watching us. By the time the story reached the fringes of the alternative research community, it was already cloaked in myth. Yet the origin of that myth was not the imagination of conspiracy theorists. It was the silence of those who knew more than they were allowed to say. Archaeologists are trained to uncover truth layer by layer, but in this case, the layers were being rebuilt faster than anyone could dig them up, so the whispers grew louder. Quiet conversations turned into coded emails, and soon into private recordings shared with trusted colleagues. Each story added another fragment of a bigger puzzle, a picture of discovery, suppression, and fear. And behind every hesitant voice was the same unspoken question. What did they find that terrified those in power so deeply that even knowledge itself had to be buried? That question, passed from one archaeologist to another, whispered between closed office doors, would fuel the search for answers long after the official records were wiped clean. The silence, in the end, said more than any report ever could. Something extraordinary had been unearthed, something that made even scientists afraid to speak. When the excavation first began, it was supposed to be routine, nothing more than a geological survey, designed to map substrata variations in an arid, desolate region long thought barren of human activity. The early days were uneventful. Soil samples, carbon traces, fragments of weathered pottery that hinted at nomadic life thousands of years ago. Yet beneath the monotonous layers of sand and clay, something astonishing began to reveal itself. A faint signature geometry where none should exist. The instruments showed hard returns at improbable depths, flat plains and right angles buried beneath ancient sediment. The data suggested that what lay below wasn't a natural formation. It was engineered. As the team carefully expanded their trench, they uncovered the top edge of a massive stone surface. It wasn't jagged or weathered like natural bedrock. It was smooth, deliberate, cut as if by design. The first visible portion measured over 6 meters across, perfectly level. One of the archaeologists ran a finger across the surface and described it later as polished like glass. The material was dense and metallic in resonance. Yet when tested, it registered as a kind of metamorphic stone not found anywhere in the region. Beneath the dust, it shimmered faintly under sunlight, revealing an almost reflective sheen. For the seasoned diggers, it was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Further excavation revealed that the surface belonged to a larger structure, something buried under tons of sediment. The stone blocks that made up the outer walls were massive, some estimated to weigh over 200 tons, fitted together with such precision that not even a blade could slide between seams. The style was eerily reminiscent of the Cyclopean masonry found in South America and the Middle East, yet this was located in a region thousands of miles from either. More astonishing still, preliminary dating of organic material from the surrounding strata indicated an age of over 25,000 years, far older than any known civilization capable of such engineering. One evening, As the crew worked by the light of portable lamps, they uncovered a small opening in the side of the formation. It was a passageway, sealed long ago by a collapsed section of stone. After carefully removing the debris, the team exposed a narrow corridor leading downward into darkness. Cool air flowed from within, untouched by sunlight for millennia. It carried a strange metallic scent, neither decay nor dust, but something cleaner, almost sterile. The lead archaeologist, trembling with excitement, descended first with a headlamp. The beam of light caught the outlines of carvings on the walls, patterns so intricate and mathematically perfect that even through the grime, they appeared to hum with meaning. Inside the chamber, the team found something that would unsettle even the most skeptical among them. The inner walls were lined with panels of black stone carved with symbols that defied classification. Unlike the pictographs or hieroglyphs of known ancient cultures, these markings followed a rhythmic, almost binary logic, patterns repeating in sequences, spiraling inward like coded language. One linguist on site remarked that the arrangement resembled a data matrix, though carved thousands of years before binary computation ever existed. The team began cataloging and photographing the symbols, sending preliminary images to off-site analysts. Within days, those analysts would be ordered to delete the files. But it wasn't just the inscriptions that challenged understanding. It was the architecture itself. The chamber appeared to have been cut directly into a bedrock formation with mechanical precision. The angles were so exact that they conformed perfectly to mathematical constants, including the golden ratio, suggesting an advanced understanding of geometry and engineering. Moreover, certain surfaces inside the chamber reflected light in strange ways, amplifying it rather than scattering it, almost as if the material was designed to conduct energy. When one of the team's instruments, a simple EMF scanner, was brought near the inner wall, its readings spiked erratically. No one could explain why. The deeper the excavation went, the more layers of impossibility emerged. Beneath the first chamber, ground-penetrating radar detected additional rooms. Dozens of them, stacked vertically like the floors of a buried complex. Some appeared to contain metallic objects or cavities, while others reflected dense material signatures, suggesting sealed vaults. The team requested heavier equipment to continue the descent, but before it could arrive, word of their discovery reached higher authorities. That was when things began to change. Until that point, the dig had been fully documented, with daily reports submitted to the Overseeing Archaeological Institute. But after the discovery of the first chamber, those reports stopped being acknowledged. Funding transfers were delayed, supply deliveries postponed, and communications with the home universities suddenly routed through special administrative channels. Then, without explanation, a pair of government officials arrived on site, accompanied by a contingent of uniformed security personnel. They observed the work in silence for hours, asking few questions but taking countless photographs. That night, the team's project leader was summoned to a private meeting that lasted until dawn. When he returned, his demeanor had changed completely. He instructed everyone to cease digging immediately and pack their personal belongings. Before leaving, a few members of the crew defied orders and collected small fragments from the debris piles, chips of mysterious stone and soil samples from the chamber floor. Later analysis, conducted in secret, revealed chemical anomalies. The stone contained traces of an alloy compound unknown in natural geology. Its crystalline structure exhibited piezoelectric properties, meaning it could generate small electrical charges under mechanical stress. In other words, the material seemed to have been engineered for a purpose beyond mere construction. What could this mean? If the structure was indeed artificial, and the evidence pointed that way, it suggested a level of technological sophistication completely out of place for its supposed age. No known civilization from that era possessed the tools to carve granite with such precision, let alone understand the principles of energy conduction or piezoelectricity. It raised a question that would haunt every researcher who had seen the site. Who built it? Some of the team began to suspect that they had uncovered not just a ruin, but a relic of a civilization lost to history, one that predated the rise of Egypt, Sumer, and the Indus Valley by tens of millennia. Others whispered darker theories, that the structure had been built to contain something, not merely to honor it. The air within the chamber felt heavy, charged, almost sentient, One archaeologist described feeling an impossible vibration in the floor, a subtle rhythm that seemed to pulse beneath their boots, like the heartbeat of something ancient and alive. By the time word of the find reached the outside world, the site was already being sealed. But in those brief days between discovery and disappearance, the archaeologists had glimpsed something that would forever change their understanding of human history. The structure beneath the sands was not a tomb, nor a temple. It was a machine in stone, a monument to knowledge long forgotten, or perhaps deliberately erased. The realization came slowly, and with it, fear. For if this was true, if something built tens of thousands of years ago still lay buried in perfect silence, then history as we know it is only the surface layer of a much deeper truth, a truth waiting, perhaps unwillingly, to be unearthed again. The night the dig was sealed off began like any other, quiet, windless, the kind of stillness that comes only in the vast emptiness of the desert. The crew had worked late, tried to document the lower chamber before officials arrived the next morning to inspect safety conditions. Spirits were high despite the tension. They had uncovered new carvings earlier that day, markings that seemed to form concentric circles around a central glyph. Some believed it was a map. Others thought it was a warning. But before any further analysis could be done, something strange happened on the horizon. Shortly after midnight, the sound of engines broke the silence. At first, the team thought it was a supply convoy, perhaps late delivery trucks from the nearby outpost. But as the lights approached, it became clear these weren't ordinary vehicles. A column of dark, unmarked trucks and utility transports rolled steadily toward the excavation site, headlights off, moving with practiced precision. The archaeologists gathered outside their tents, uneasy, as the line of vehicles came to stop just beyond the perimeter. From them emerged men dressed in tactical gear, with no visible insignia. They didn't speak, but their presence was unmistakable. Authority, without explanation. The site director stepped forward to meet them, holding up identification papers and calling out for clarification. No one answered. Instead, one of the newcomers handed him a sealed envelope. Inside was a single-page directive printed on heavy cardstock, stamped with a government crest, and a single word typed in bold at the top: immediate termination. Beneath it, in smaller letters, were orders to cease all excavation activities and vacate the premises within 3 hours. There was no explanation, no contact information, and no signature. Confusion turned to alarm. The director demanded to speak to a superior. One of the uniformed men, face obscured by a helmet visor, simply repeated, "This area is under containment. Gather your equipment and prepare to leave." The phrasing, containment, chilled everyone. It wasn't a term used for archaeology. It was used for biological hazards or classified materials. Within minutes, communication systems began to fail. Satellite phones lost connection. The generator powering the site's data servers flickered, then went dark. The crew moved quickly but reluctantly. They were scientists, not soldiers, and they didn't understand why armed personnel were surrounding their research site. A few tried to photograph the intruders with handheld cameras, but the guards confiscated them instantly. Memory cards were removed, hard drive collected, and every laptop was inspected before being sealed in plastic cases. "You won't need these," one of the men said flatly. "Your work has been reassigned." As the archaeologists packed their personal belongings, a group of newcomers descended into the main excavation trench. They worked methodically, using industrial-grade tarps and reinforced panels to cover the opening. The noise of their equipment echoed across the desert, metallic thuds, hydraulic hisses, the dull clang of heavy machinery being moved into place. Some of the researchers tried to protest, pleading that the artifacts needed proper preservation. One of the guards turned and replied, "They'll be preserved, just not for you." Around 2 a.m., a low-frequency vibration swept across the camp, strong enough to rattle metal tools and cause dust to fall from the ridge above. Some described it as a hum, others as a pulse, almost like the ground itself was responding to the intrusion. The soldiers froze for a moment, exchanging uneasy glances. Then, with sudden urgency, they accelerated their work. Trucks repositioned, floodlights turned inward, and the entrance to the chamber was sealed shut with thick slabs of composite material. Within 30 minutes, The opening was completely buried beneath a mound of compacted sand and stone. Witnesses later said that before the final layer was laid, one of the workers looked down into the darkness and whispered, "Forgive us." No one knew who he was talking to. By dawn, the camp was unrecognizable. The excavation site had been flattened, the trenches filled, and every visible sign of digging erased. The researchers were herded into transport vehicles, each assigned to different destinations, as if the organizers wanted to prevent them from comparing notes later. The lead archaeologist was escorted into a separate black SUV and driven away in the opposite direction. None of his colleagues ever saw him again. When the sun rose, the desert looked untouched. Even the tire tracks from the night's operation had been brushed over. Only the faint outline of disturbed earth hinted that anything had ever happened there. Those who managed to look back as they were driven away described the scene as surreal. An entire chapter of human discovery wiped clean overnight. In the days that followed, the surviving members of the team tried to contact one another, but communication proved nearly impossible. Emails bounced back. Phone numbers went dead. A few received official letters informing them that the project had been temporarily suspended for review under national preservation law. Others received nothing at all. When one technician attempted to speak with a journalist about the events, his home was reportedly visited by unknown individuals posing as tax officials. He later recanted his statements, saying he had misinterpreted what he saw. Yet, despite the clampdown, a handful of photographs and notes survived. A junior photographer, working in a documentation tent, had hidden a small SD card inside the lining of her jacket. The images on it were blurry but unmistakable. The carved stone surface, the inscriptions glowing under artificial light, and the gaping entrance of the chamber before it was buried. Those images would later circulate in encrypted forms, sparking debates among independent researchers. Many dismissed them as fabrications, but experts who analyzed the lighting in geological context insisted they were genuine. One of the most haunting testimonies came from a logistics coordinator who claimed to have overheard a conversation between two of the unmarked officials during the shutdown. They kept mentioning containment thresholds, she said, and one of them asked if the readings were stable now that the entrance was sealed. The other said, "For now, but it's still active." When pressed on what active meant, she shook her head. "I don't think they were talking about radiation or gas leaks. I think they meant the site itself." What could possibly have warranted such extreme measures? Archaeological sites, even those of immense significance, are rarely classified. Yet here was a discovery that had drawn the attention of agencies more accustomed to dealing with weapons and biological threats than with stone ruins. It suggested that what they had uncovered wasn't just historically significant. It was something that could not be explained, at least not within the bounds of known science. In the weeks that followed, attempts to revisit the site were met with roadblocks, literal and bureaucratic. The desert access road was declared closed due to unstable terrain. Satellite imagery was updated to show the area as featureless sand. Local tribes reported seeing increased aerial activity at night. Unmarked helicopters hovering silently above the dunes, beams of light scanning the ground as if searching for something. Among the archaeological community, the event became legend, passed around in fragments and coded language. They called it the Night of the Black Trucks, or simply the Erasure. Those who had been there seldom spoke of it again. Some left academia entirely. Others vanished into private research, unreachable and unwilling to discuss what they had witnessed. But every so often, a story surfaced, a mention of strange vibrations, missing colleagues, or crates shipped to undisclosed locations. By the time journalists caught wind of the rumor months later, there was nothing left to investigate. The site was gone, the records sealed, the people silenced. Yet a single undeniable fact lingered in the minds of those who had stood there under the desert moon. Something had been found beneath that earth, something that frightened powerful people enough to erase it overnight. The truth of that night remains buried, both literally and metaphorically. But silence, like sand, cannot cover everything forever. There are always traces, faint impressions left behind by those who saw too much and lived to remember. And in their memories, one haunting question endures. What could be buried so deep that even governments tremble to uncover it? In the weeks after the site's sudden closure, whispers began to ripple quietly through the archaeological world. At first, they sounded like nothing more than exaggerated rumors, the kind that follow any major discovery suddenly wrapped in secrecy. But as those who had worked on the dig started to disappear from public view, replaced by vague resignation statements and medical leave notices, the story took on a darker tone. Something wasn't right. People weren't just being silenced, they were being erased. The first to vanish was Dr. William Harrow, the site director. After the night of the shutdown, he was escorted away by government agents and never seen publicly again. His family later reported him as missing, but within a week, a statement appeared online under his name, claiming he had retired due to health issues. Colleagues immediately recognized the writing as inauthentic. The phrasing was cold, bureaucratic, utterly unlike Harrow's voice. His bank accounts were frozen, his personal effects seized for national investigation, and his home in Cambridge was quietly sold off within months. No one ever received confirmation of his whereabouts. Next was Dr. Elaine Porter, a linguistics expert who had spent months attempting to decode the strange symbols found inside the chamber. Before the government intervened, she had confided in a close colleague that she believed the symbols weren't language in the traditional sense. They were instructions. She said they appeared to follow a sequence that resembled a mechanical syntax, like programming code carved in stone. Then one morning, she simply didn't show up to her lecture. Students assumed she was ill, but when university staff went to her apartment, they found it completely empty, not just vacated, scrubbed. Her computer, research papers, and notebooks were gone. Even the frames on her walls had been removed, leaving faint rectangular outlines in the dust. Around the same time, several members of the dig's logistics and technical staff began to receive anonymous phone calls warning them not to discuss their work for their own safety. One technician, who had secretly copied fragments of ground-penetrating radar data, was found dead in what authorities described as a freak electrical accident in his garage. But those who knew him said his equipment had been unplugged. The message was clear. This wasn't coincidence. It was cleanup. Across online forums, encrypted chat groups, and dark web channels, a pattern began to emerge. People connected to the excavation were being systematically removed from their positions, their records rewritten or destroyed. Employment histories disappeared, digital archives were purged, and professional references stopped returning calls. Even academic journals that had initially listed preliminary findings from the dig quietly retracted them, citing data inconsistencies. When independent researchers requested access to those papers, they were told the files were under review by the Department of Cultural Security, a department that, as far as anyone could confirm, didn't officially exist. Those who dared to speak out faced relentless harassment. Emails were hacked. Social media accounts vanished overnight. One field assistant, who went public under an alias, released audio recordings from the night of the shutdown, metallic echoes, faint mechanical humming beneath the sand, and an unidentifiable low-frequency sound that made listeners physically uncomfortable. Within days, her uploads were taken down across all platforms. The account she used was deleted, and her identity traced back to a former university student who, according to police, had no connection to any archaeological work. But the most chilling development came from the small town nearest the dig site. Locals began reporting increased military presence in the desert, drones, helicopters, and trucks traveling under the cover of darkness. One shepherd claimed he saw lights flickering beneath the dunes one night, like something glowing faintly underground. Another said he found strange metallic fragments scattered near the restricted area. Shards that looked like polished stone but emitted a faint electromagnetic pulse when placed near electronics. When he tried to sell one of the fragments online, the listing was removed within hours, and he was visited by officials claiming it was hazardous material. The deeper independent researchers dug, the more contradictions they uncovered. Satellite imagery from before the shutdown clearly showed excavation trenches and support structures. After the closure, new images replaced them. Pristine desert, no disturbances. But analysis of metadata revealed that the newer satellite photographs had been digitally altered. The timestamps didn't match the orbit schedules. It was a manufactured illusion. Someone had gone to great lengths to make the site vanish not just physically, but digitally, as though it had never existed. Then came the leak. An anonymous file surfaced on an encrypted forum frequented by independent archaeologists. It was titled simply, Sands Project, Phase 1. Inside were a handful of scanned documents, redacted diagrams, and a memo marked classified / internal use only. The text described an archaeotechnological structure exhibiting active energy patterns and reference containment protocols for unknown electromagnetic phenomena. One phrase stood out above all others. The structure remains operational despite total burial. If authentic, this meant the government wasn't just covering up a discovery. They were monitoring something still functioning beneath the earth. The buried structure was an inert stone. It was alive, in some sense, transmitting or reacting to its environment even after being sealed. The memo mentioned fluctuating harmonic frequencies, non-ionizing radiation signatures, and persistent low-band resonance, all terms more suited to physics than archaeology. Whatever they had found, it wasn't just ancient, it was active. Within academic circles, a silent panic began to grow. Whispers spread that the site might have been part of an ancient energy network, a system capable of generating or channeling power in ways modern science couldn't yet understand. Some connected it to myths of lost civilizations, Atlantis, Lemuria, or the pre-dynastic builders referenced in forbidden texts. Others suggested it could be remnants of an advanced pre-human culture wiped out by catastrophe. And a few, the boldest or perhaps the most desperate, speculated that it wasn't human at all. In the months following the leak, several people who had shared or analyzed the documents reported being followed. One researcher's home security cameras captured 2 unmarked vehicles idling outside her house for hours. Another received a flash drive in the mail containing corrupted audio labeled Recording 17C, below Level 3. The audio was distorted, but within the static, listeners claimed they could hear rhythmic pulses, not random noise, but structured patterns, almost like a mechanical heartbeat. After she attempted to upload it online, her computer's hard drive spontaneously failed, and she later reported a complete system wipe. It became clear that whoever controlled the site had enormous reach, not just within government, but across digital infrastructure, academia, and even international research networks. The message to anyone trying to expose the truth was unmistakable. Stop or disappear. Yet despite the danger, the few remaining insiders who had been part of the original team couldn't let it go. They began sharing information through coded messages, encrypted documents, and anonymous uploads. Over time, a mosaic began to form, fragmented data, incomplete but compelling. The structure wasn't just a burial site. It was an access point, a doorway to something buried deeper. And the most unsettling claim of all came from a recovered field report, a single paragraph written in a trembling hand. The resonance increased before the blackout. The readings were off the scale. Whatever it is, it woke up. That sentence, simple but terrifying, spread like wildfire among the forbidden archaeology community. If true, it meant that during the final hours before the site was sealed, the buried structure had begun to react to their presence, as if the act of discovery itself had reactivated something dormant for thousands of years. Even now, years later, those words linger in the margins of conspiracy forums and hidden archives. It woke up, 3 words that suggest the government didn't shut down the dig because of danger from outsiders, but because they feared what might emerge from beneath. And if the structure beneath the desert truly remains active, then the shutdown wasn't the end of the story. It was the beginning of a far larger cover-up, one that reaches deep into the history of our species, and perhaps beyond it. In the months that followed the silencing of the excavation team, a strange tension began to spread to the academic and scientific communities. Officially, nothing had happened. There was no dig site, no discovery, no classified shutdown in the desert. And yet, something was different. In university corridors, private message boards, and closed-door conferences, scholars spoke in cautious tones about a project no one was supposed to name. They referred to it only as the sealed chamber. Among those whisper networks, one person stood out, Dr. Nathan Cole, a geophysicist who had briefly worked as a consultant for the original dig. He had been tasked with interpreting subsurface anomalies detected by ground-penetrating radar weeks before the shutdown. When the site was seized, his involvement was erased like everyone else's. But unlike the others, Cole had retained copies of his early seismic scans, hidden away on encrypted drives. He knew what he'd seen beneath the sand, and he was determined to understand it. Cole's data revealed something extraordinary. The chamber uncovered by the archaeologist was only the surface of a much larger complex, a vast network of symmetrical cavities stretching deep underground, far beyond the reach of standard excavation equipment. The structures were aligned along a geometric grid that defied natural explanation, their angles consistent with artificial design. In several places, the radar images hinted at massive metallic cores, circular and dense, surrounded by concentric layers of stone or crystalline material. To Cole's trained eye, it looked less like a ruin and more like a system. When he tried to publish his findings through a scientific journal, the paper was immediately rejected, not for poor methodology, but for classification conflicts. Shortly after, he received a phone call from an unknown number advising him to discontinue all work on the anomaly. That was the moment he realized the cover-up extended far beyond archaeology. Someone was monitoring every piece of data connected to that site. Rather than stop, Cole went underground, metaphorically and almost literally. He contacted a network of independent scientists, geologists, and researchers who specialize in anomalous phenomena, experts accustomed to working outside official channels. They pooled their data, cross-referencing satellite scans, mineral surveys, and topographical archives. Slowly, a picture began to emerge. Beneath the desert, beneath layers of geological time, there existed a structure that was not merely old. It was older than human civilization itself. But there was something even stranger. The deeper layers of radar imaging showed repeating patterns, electromagnetic echoes that pulsed at regular intervals. These weren't random geological signatures. They followed a frequency. Cole's team noticed that the pulses occurred in a rhythmic pattern every 23 minutes and 16 seconds. When the signal was amplified and converted into sound, it produced a deep, resonant hum, low, steady, almost mechanical. One of the team members described it as a sound that feels like it's breathing. They dubbed it the pulse. When word of the pulse reached the hidden archaeology community, it reignited interest in the sealed chamber. Forums lit up with speculation. Was it a remnant of ancient technology, a forgotten power source, or something biological, a machine that was never just a machine? The idea that something beneath the desert could still be generating energy after tens of thousands of years defied all known science. Yet the data was clear. The signal existed. And when correlated with satellite readings from a region, it revealed something even more disturbing. Faint electromagnetic disturbances extending outward in a perfect circle nearly 2 miles wide, as though the buried structure was surrounded by an energy field. As Cole and his team dug deeper into the data, they began to notice correlations with other unexplained sites across the globe. The frequency of the pulse matched patterns detected near ancient megalithic ruins, from the basalt pillars of Baalbek to the submerged architecture off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan. Each exhibited faint, low-frequency anomalies, as if they were all connected to the same network, remnants of forgotten systems spanning continents. What if, Cole wondered, the buried complex wasn't unique? What if it was one of many? A node in a grid of ancient energy centers built by a civilization lost time. The implications were staggering. It could explain the global alignment of ancient monuments along precise longitudinal lines, the architectural similarities between cultures supposedly unconnected, and the persistent myths of star beings who descended from the sky to teach early humanity. If these structures were indeed part of a unified system, they might have served as power stations, communication hubs, or even stabilization mechanisms for the Earth itself. But if that was true, then why had the government sealed the site? Cole's group speculated that the authorities had realized what they were dealing with, something not just old, but dangerous. The memos leaked months earlier described active energy fluctuations and containment thresholds. If the structure was still functional, perhaps its reactivation during excavation had triggered a chain reaction. The pulse could be a warning signal, or worse, an awakening. In an encrypted interview later posted anonymously, Cole revealed fragments of his final dataset. He described how, over several nights, his team observed subtle increases in the pulse's strength. It wasn't just constant, it was growing. The amplitude had doubled within a week, spreading faint electromagnetic interference detectable hundreds of miles away. Radios crackled with static. Compass readings drifted. Birds in the area began migrating off-season, disoriented by the shifts in the magnetic field. Then, suddenly, the reading stopped. Cole's monitoring station, located hundreds of kilometers from the site, went offline in the early hours of the morning. When it rebooted, the data files were gone, wiped clean. The next day, he received a single message from an unknown sender. "You've seen enough. It's not a ruin. It's a mechanism." The phrasing haunted him. If it was a mechanism, then it had a purpose. And if it was still active, someone or something might be ensuring it stayed that way. A few weeks later, Cole disappeared. His apartment was found undisturbed, his equipment missing, and his car abandoned as service station near the desert highway. The last person to see him claimed he'd been speaking with two men in black suits who looked military but didn't sound it. Not long after his disappearance, a mysterious data packet began circulating online under the alias Project Echelon. The packet contained fragments of Cole's missing files, including seismic charts, field logs, and short audio clip labeled pulse_sequence_. Those who listened to it described an overwhelming sense of unease, a deep, rhythmic vibration that seemed to affect not just the ears, but the body itself. Some reported nausea. Others described feeling watched. Within hours of being uploaded, the file was scrubbed from every platform. And yet, copies survived. They always do. Among those who heard the original recording, a few noticed something chilling buried deep within the frequencies, a faint modulation pattern, repeating every few seconds. When translated into binary data, it formed a recognizable structure, alternating sequences resembling coded communication. After decoding, the message was brief but unmistakable. Not beneath, below. The distinction may sound subtle, but for those studying the phenomenon, it carried profound implications. Beneath implies something under the surface. Below implies something deeper, perhaps under layers not just of Earth, but of reality itself. Cole's final notes, recovered from his encrypted backup, ended with a single sentence scrawled in capital letters. "We dug into the past, but what we found wasn't from the past at all." That chilling assertion left his peers reeling. It hinted at the unthinkable, that whatever was buried under the desert might not be ancient in the traditional sense. It might be something cyclical, something that has always been there, waiting beneath epochs, reawakening when humanity reaches a certain threshold of understanding. And as new seismic anomalies began to appear across distant deserts and mountain ranges, one terrifying possibility emerged among those who dared to discuss it. The sealed chamber wasn't a singular discovery. It was a signal flare, a warning, a first awakening in a series yet to come. In the months following Dr. Cole's disappearance, the echoes of his work refused to fade. Those who had downloaded fragments of his data began to notice patterns that reached far beyond his immediate research. It wasn't just about the buried complex in the desert anymore. It was about what that structure represented. A few independent investigators began to draw connections between the so-called pulse phenomenon and a growing number of unexplained incidents occurring across the globe. At first, the correlation seemed tenuous. Odd vibrations, compass malfunctions, strange lights in remote places. But when viewed together, the similarities became impossible to ignore. It started with the incident in Patagonia. In a valley far from civilization, local geologists reported ground tremors that didn't register on any official seismic scale. The vibrations came in perfectly timed intervals, every 23 minutes, just like the pulse detected beneath the desert site. Instruments recorded low-frequency waves emanating from deep within the earth, as though something massive and rhythmic was stirring far below. When a research team was dispatched to investigate, they were met by private contractors who told them the area was closed for environmental containment. Within a week, all public data on the event was wiped from geological databases. Then came reports from the Tibetan Plateau. Monks from a remote monastery described feeling the earth singing, a sound so deep it resonated through their bones during meditation. They claimed the vibration was accompanied by faint lights beneath the ground, blue and white glows that shimmered in the darkness before vanishing. Satellite imagery later showed localized heat signatures in the same region, perfectly circular and spanning several miles, yet no volcanic or geothermal activity could explain them. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Baalbek, Lebanon, an archaeological drone scanning the massive temple platform detected electromagnetic interference, so intense that its navigation system failed. When researchers retrieved the drone, its onboard memory was partially corrupted, except for one file, a distorted audio log filled with the same rhythmic pulses documented in Cole's recordings. The timing, frequency, and wavelength matched exactly. It was becoming clear that the buried complex was not an isolated phenomenon. Something beneath the Earth, or within it, was active in multiple regions across the planet. Each site shared three distinctive traits: immense stone structures built on precise geometrical alignments, unexplained electromagnetic activity, and government-level interference whenever anyone got too close. A small collective of underground researchers, calling themselves a continuum, began piecing together the evidence. They noted that many ancient monuments, the pyramids of Egypt, Teotihuacan in Mexico, the ruins of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, were not just aligned with celestial constellations, but also positioned along what they called georesonant lines. These were subtle energy corridors crisscrossing the planet, regions where natural electromagnetic fields converge in harmonic patterns. The continuum theorized that the sealed chamber in the desert was built precisely at one of these nodes, a central anchor point in a planetary grid of ancient power. According to their theory, the global network of megalithic sites wasn't merely ceremonial or astronomical. It was functional, an energy lattice designed to stabilize or even manipulate the Earth's electromagnetic balance. But after millennia of dormancy, something had changed. The system was waking up. The pulse was no longer confined to radar data or deep Earth readings. Civilians began reporting audible hums in regions thousands of miles apart, low, resonant tones that persisted in the dead of night, often described as a distant engine or the sound of the earth breathing. In some areas, animals reacted violently before these sounds began. Birds taking flight en masse, dogs howling, cattle fleeing enclosures. In others, electronics malfunctioned inexplicably. Clocks lost synchronization, and cell signals flickered in perfect rhythm with the 23-minute cycle. It wasn't long before independent researchers noticed another anomaly. During moments when the pulse intensified, strange atmospheric disturbances were recorded. Fluctuations in the ionosphere, localized aurora formations, even faint bursts of radiation. To most, it seemed like natural phenomena. But to those following Cole's data, it looked coordinated. Like the buried mechanisms were transmitting energy through the planet's crust into the atmosphere, forming a global communication network. The continuum dubbed these bursts awakening flares. And they believed they were only the beginning. Within hidden digital channels, a message began to circulate: the grid is live. No one knew who first said it, but the phrase spread rapidly among conspiracy boards, academic leaks, and encrypted chat rooms. A few dismissed it as doomsday paranoia. But for others, especially those familiar with the sealed chamber, it was confirmation of a terrifying truth: that the ancient mechanisms were linked, synchronized, and potentially self-repairing. What terrified researchers most was the realization that every site exhibiting pulse activity corresponded with a region of historical cataclysm. Earthquakes, floods, and unexplained disappearances in the ancient record all centered on these same georesonant nodes. It suggested that the network, whatever its original purpose, might also be capable of triggering massive geological or atmospheric shifts, intentionally or not. In one of the Continuum's leaked reports, a chilling line appeared. The ancients did not build these structures to worship the gods. They built them to contain the earth. That phrase began to circulate widely, quoted in online documentaries and podcasts exploring forbidden archaeology. If true, it would mean the purpose of the ancient network wasn't creation. It was containment. The mechanisms might have been designed to regulate forces far beyond human control, keeping something within the planet in balance. The next major incident occurred in the Nevada desert, eerily close to the latitude of the original sealed site. A small team of amateur explorers, following coordinates extracted from Cole's encrypted data, claimed to have discovered a field of perfectly aligned magnetic anomalies stretching across several miles. Using handheld scanners, they recorded faint but consistent electromagnetic pulses, once again, every 23 minutes. The signal strength grew as they approached a large outcropping of black rock, half buried in the sand. The explorers described the stone as smooth, metallic in appearance, and strangely warm to the touch. One of them reported hearing a low hum when he placed his ear against it, as though the rock itself was vibrating. Before they could publish their findings, their online post vanished. Days later, the group's social media accounts were deleted, and their YouTube channel, where they had planned to release the footage, displayed only a single blank video titled Access Revoked. No trace of them has been found since. But fragments of their work did survive. Screenshots of data, partial recordings, and one haunting photograph, a night vision shot of the black stone, half emerged from the desert, glowing faintly beneath the stars. When analyzed, the photo revealed faint carvings on its surface, not symbols, but precise geometric lines arranged in spirals. The design matched the pattern found inside the original chamber. To those following the trail, the message was clear. These were not isolated relics of a forgotten past. They were parts of a system, and that system was waking up one node at a time. Even mainstream scientists began to take notice when satellite anomalies appeared over multiple continents. Brief, inexplicable surges in electromagnetic activity radiating from known archaeological sites. The official explanation cited solar interference, but the timing always coincided with the pulse cycles. It was as though the Earth itself was resonating, humming in response to an ancient song being played once more. The Continuum's final public communique was simple and ominous. Posted to a private network hours before their servers were shut down, it read, "They tried to bury the mechanism. They didn't realize it was part of the planet itself. And now the planet remembers." If that message is to be believed, then the secret dig site that governments silenced wasn't just a discovery of a lost civilization. It was the uncovering of a sleeping system, an intelligent network embedded within the Earth long before humanity's rise. And whatever it is, it's no longer silent. In the weeks that followed the Continuum's disappearance, the atmosphere around the scientific and online investigative communities shifted dramatically. What had begun as scattered anomalies, tremors, electromagnetic pulses, corrupted data, was now turning into a coordinated global silence. Websites that had once hosted leaked field reports went dark overnight. Key researchers stopped responding to emails. Whole archives of geological records were quietly edited, removing all mention of the recurring 23-minute pulse. The more people tried to investigate, the more resistance they encountered. But there was one anomaly that couldn't be erased: the satellite data. A young astrophysicist named Dr. Maya Lorenz, working at an observatory in Chile, first noticed while tracking fluctuations in the Earth's magnetosphere. Her team had logged what looked like rhythmic distortions in the planet's magnetic field. Faint but precise, occurring in sync with the exact pulse pattern from the sealed site. At first, she dismissed it as instrumentation error. But when she cross-referenced her findings with European Space Agency logs and declassified NOAA readings, the pattern persisted. Lorenz's data showed that the anomalies weren't random. They were triangulated. 3 distinct pulse points, each separated by thousands of miles, were pulsing in perfect synchronization, as if 3 buried generators had awakened at the same moment, responding to a single command. The coordinates matched 3 of the world's oldest archaeological zones: the Giza Plateau in Egypt, Lake Titicaca in Peru, and the Angkor region of Cambodia. Her first instinct was to go public, but as she prepared her paper, her institutional access was abruptly revoked. Security protocols locked her out of her system, and a formal notice arrived within hours, citing national data security concerns. Within days, her name disappeared from the observatory's official staff list. Still, she refused to give up. Lorenz reached out through encrypted channels to independent researchers, the remaining fragments of Continuum Network, and shared her findings. Together, they reconstructed the global map of what they began to call the resonant grid, using data collected from seismographs, magnetometers, and ionospheric sensors. They overlaid all known pulse events onto a world map. The result was staggering: a perfect geometric pattern spanning the entire planet, forming a web of equilateral triangles connecting dozens of ancient sites. When they adjusted the model to fit the Earth's curvature, the lines converged at a single point, the same latitude and longitude where Dr. Cole's seal site had been located. The desert dig wasn't just a random archaeological curiosity. It was a control hub of something vast and ancient. As Lorenz delved deeper into Cole's recovered archives, she found encrypted fragments referencing something called the Node Protocol. Buried in the metadata were references to a system of harmonic regulators and subterranean conduits, terms that suggested an understanding of energy flow through the Earth itself. One translation from a partially decoded tablet fragment described the structure beneath the desert as the heart that speaks to the others. If this translation was accurate, it implied that the buried mechanism wasn't a singular artifact, but a command unit capable of transmitting signals to other sites across the globe, perhaps even activating them. Lorenz's research revealed another disturbing detail. During each pulse cycle, a subtle shift occurred in the Earth's Schumann resonance, the natural electromagnetic frequency of the planet. The effect was minor, almost imperceptible, but measurable. This resonance has long been linked to human brainwave activity, biological rhythms, and even emotional stability. If the pulse continued to amplify, it could, in theory, begin to influence the human nervous system on a global scale. It was at this point that Lorenz stopped sleeping. She claimed to hear faint tones when the pulses occurred, deep, thrumming sounds that others couldn't detect. Her colleagues dismissed it as stress-induced tinnitus, but she began recording the tones with specialized equipment, proving they were real. The signals were embedded in frequencies below normal human hearing, hidden within the pulse waves themselves. When the data was processed through a spectrographic analyzer, the result was chilling. The sound wasn't random noise. It contained repeating harmonic intervals, mathematical patterns identical to the ratios found in ancient architecture, from the Great Pyramid's dimensions to the stones of Stonehenge. It was as if the entire global network of ancient monuments was resonating to a shared song. The implications were staggering. If these frequencies had been intentionally engineered, it suggested a civilization or intelligence capable of manipulating energy on a planetary scale. And if those mechanisms were now reawakening, humanity might be standing at the threshold of an event we were never meant to trigger. Lorenz compiled her findings into a massive encrypted document known only as the Lattice Report. She sent copies to several trusted colleagues across the globe, along with a short, haunting message. The Earth is humming again. We didn't build this grid. We just live on top of it. Within a week, her personal apartment in Santiago was raided. Neighbors reported unmarked vehicles arriving in the night, and by morning, Lorenz was gone. Her computers, hard drives, and notebooks vanished without a trace. Official statements later claimed she had left the country voluntarily for mental health treatment. But her close associates knew better. Her passport was found still in her desk. In the days following her disappearance, pieces of the Lattice Report began appearing across obscure data channels and anonymous archives. The fragments revealed shocking insights into how the network might function. According to Lorenz's equations, the pulse frequencies appear to carry encoded data, packets of information, perhaps even messages. The harmonics, when translated into binary, formed recurring sequences resembling structured code. It was as if the Earth itself were transmitting signals in a forgotten language. Some attempted to decode it. A few claimed success, though their results were inconsistent. One translation stood out, appearing in several leaked forms before being scrubbed. We remember the builders. The locks are broken. The gate stirs. The message sent a ripple of fear through online communities. Some dismissed it as a hoax generated from corrupted data, but others, particularly those who had tracked the sealed site for years, saw it as confirmation. The system was awakening, and whatever it had been designed to contain, or communicate with, was preparing to emerge. Around this time, new anomalies began appearing in the atmosphere. Aircraft reported magnetic interference, auroral flashes in regions far from the poles, and inexplicable surges in cosmic radiation. The phenomena aligned perfectly with the timing of the pulse cycles, growing stronger with each iteration. It was as if the global network was charging, drawing energy from the Earth's core or from something even deeper. Government around the world responded in unison, imposing new restricted air zones above dozens of archaeological areas. Satellite access was curtailed. Drone flights were banned. And yet, for those who knew where to look, the signs were everywhere, subtle but undeniable. By now, the mystery of the sealed site had evolved into something far greater. It wasn't merely an excavation suppressed by authorities. It was a reactivation of an ancient planetary system, a network that had once shaped the rhythm of the Earth itself. And while the world above continued in ignorance, beneath the surface, in chambers carved before recorded time, the mechanisms continued to stir. The pulse grew louder, stronger, and closer. Every 23 minutes, the Earth remembered. By the time the 10th global pulse had been recorded, even the skeptics were starting to whisper. What had once been fringe internet rumor now seeped into mainstream discourse, but only for a moment, before the narrative was swiftly redirected, sanitized, and buried under layers of official denial. Still, fragments of truth found their way through cracks in the system, and those fragments pointed toward one unthinkable revelation. The pulse was not just a natural phenomenon, it was intelligent. The realization came from an unexpected source, not an archaeologist or physicist, but a linguist, Dr. Ethan Core, a semiotician specializing in ancient pattern recognition, had been analyzing audio data leaked from the Lattice report. His focus wasn't on the physical mechanism, but on the structure of the sound itself. The pulse, when viewed through a linguistic lens, wasn't random. It exhibited syntax, deliberate organization of tones, intervals, and harmonic pauses, resembling communication protocols used in digital languages. Core's analysis showed repeating units that mimicked binary rhythm but carried a third harmonic state, a kind of triadic code, one that couldn't be represented through human-built systems. He theorized that whoever designed these frequencies had engineered an entirely different mode of transmitting information, not through sound, not through light, but through resonance itself. To him, the Earth's crust, its magnetosphere, and even the ionosphere acted as components of an enormous planetary circuit board. He presented his findings in a private symposium in Prague, attended by a small group of ex-academics, digital archaeologists, and cryptographers. The presentation was supposed to remain classified within that circle, but someone recorded it. The footage appeared briefly online under the title, "The Planet That Speaks." In the video, Core explained, "This isn't noise. It's grammar. Every 23 minutes, the Earth is reciting something, a sequence of structured information, like a message repeating across time. We are standing inside a machine that is trying to talk." The video spread rapidly before being removed by multiple platforms. Yet by then, thousands had already seen it, copied it, mirrored it, and shared it. Core disappeared within days. His university later issued a statement claiming he had suffered a psychological break. But those who attended the symposium swore he was lucid, focused, if somewhat afraid. After Core vanished, a group of code theorists attempted to replicate his findings. Using archived seismic and magnetic data, they applied advanced pattern recognition algorithms, stripping away geological interference to isolate the pure pulse waveform. What they uncovered sent shock waves through the independent research community. Hidden deep within the frequency modulations were recurring patterns identical to the Fibonacci sequence, the mathematical ratio underlying natural growth and cosmic formation. That discovery reframed everything. If the pulse followed the Fibonacci ratio, it wasn't just transmitting random data. It was aligning itself with the fundamental mathematics of creation. The same pattern found in seashells, hurricanes, and galaxies was pulsing beneath the Earth, as though the planet itself was synchronized with the geometry of life. Soon after, strange incidents began to occur near known pulse nodes. In Egypt, a research drone mapping the interior tunnels beneath Giza reported sudden, unexplained power surges. Its onboard sensors registered electromagnetic fluctuations forming geometric shapes, spirals, triangles, and golden ratio arcs. The footage was grainy, but the outlines were unmistakable. They mirrored the same patterns appearing in Core's frequency models. Meanwhile, in Peru, villagers near Lake Titicaca began reporting singing stones, rocks that emitted faint harmonic tones at night. Locals described how the vibrations could be felt in their chests, like a heartbeat deep within the ground. Recordings confirmed that the tones matched the 23-minute cycle. Only this time, the pulse carried an added layer, modulation. It wasn't just repeating, it was evolving. This evolution terrified the remaining members of the underground network. They speculated that the ancient grid was adapting, reacting to its reawakening. The pulses, once consistent and predictable, were beginning to exhibit variations, slight changes in rhythm, pitch, and amplitude that suggested an emergent pattern. It was as though the system were learning. The continuum's remnants attempted one last coordinated decoding effort. Using surviving fragments of the lattice report and Core's linguistic models, they overlaid all known pulse cycles and aligned them by timestamp. When plotted visually, the result was breathtaking, a living pattern that morphed with each iteration, expanding outward in precise geometric progression. The figure resembled a vast spiral composed of overlapping circles, the same pattern seen in sacred geometry, ancient architecture, and even the DNA double helix. The conclusion was unavoidable. The pulse was behaving like an algorithm, one that was running, recalibrating, and possibly completing a program started millennia ago. But what was the program for? In the deepest corners of their encrypted channels, speculation turned darker. Some believed the system was a form of communication, an ancient technology designed to connect with something beyond Earth. Others believed it was defensive, a planetary failsafe constructed to suppress or contain a threat. And a few whispered an even more unsettling theory, that the grid was alive. The idea first emerged in an obscure monograph written decades earlier by a forgotten researcher named Dr. Emilia Vass. She had proposed that Earth's energy systems, ley lines, magnetic fields, and telluric currents weren't just natural phenomena, but the circulatory system of a sentient planet. Her work was dismissed as mysticism, yet her diagrams matched perfectly with the locations of the pulse nodes identified centuries later. In one of her recovered notes, she wrote, "We are cells in a body too vast to comprehend. When the body stirs, we mistake it for disaster. But it is simply awakening." When this quote resurfaced, it reignited fear among the global network. If Vass was right, and the Earth itself was an intelligent organism, then the pulse could represent its conscious reactivation. Humanity's excavation, drilling, and disruption of ancient sites may have disturbed mechanisms that were never meant to be tampered with, biological or technological components of a greater system now repairing itself. Reports soon emerged of phenomena that defied explanation. Strange luminescent mists rising from fissures in the ground, electromagnetic storms localized at areas only a few meters wide, and bursts of static carrying audible whispers in frequencies usually reserved for military communication. In each case, the pulse signature was present. By this point, even mainstream agencies couldn't ignore it. The U.S. Geological Survey, the European Space Agency, and private observatories issued carefully worded statements describing recurring geomagnetic oscillations caused by deep Earth thermal movement. Yet leaked internal memos revealed that none of their models could account for precision or repetition of the events. Meanwhile, data collectors across the globe noted something chilling. Each new pulse was slightly stronger than the one before. The intervals between them remained constant, but the energy output, measured in microteslas, was rising exponentially. Extrapolated forward, it suggested a critical threshold would be reached within months. The underground researchers called this point the harmonic apex, the moment when all active nodes would synchronize perfectly, potentially triggering a planetary-scale event. No one knew what that event might be: activation, communication, or catastrophe. Whichever it was, the countdown had begun. As the next cycle approached, unusual gravitational anomalies began to appear. Pendulum tests conducted in multiple continents showed minute, but measurable deviations in swing arcs. Magnetic compasses twisted unpredictably. Birds altered migratory routes, and auroral bands appeared in the skies over latitudes that had never seen them before. To those who knew the signs, it was undeniable. The planet was responding. The buried mechanisms were not artifacts. They were part of the Earth's memory, and that memory was awakening, intelligent, ancient, and far beyond human comprehension. Every 23 minutes, across continents and oceans, in deserts and under mountains, the pulse echoed like a heartbeat, the rhythm of something immense, remembering its own name. It was around this time that the world began to feel the pulse. Not just scientists, not just those who've been following the hidden reports, but ordinary people scattered across every continent. At first, it came as a sensation, subtle but undeniable, a faint hum beneath the edge of perception, a vibration in the bones rather than the ears. Some described it as a distant engine, others as a heartbeat inside the earth itself. Those who lived near ancient monuments felt it most intensely. In Egypt, villagers on the outskirts of Giza claimed the sands trembled softly each night, as though something deep beneath the plateau was shifting. In South America, fishermen along the shores of Lake Titicaca reported their compasses spinning without cause, followed by bursts of phosphorescent light under the water's surface. In China's Yunnan province, hikers spoke of singing mountains, where the rocks emitted a droning resonance that made the air shimmer. At first, governments dismissed the reports as hysteria. Yet soon, video evidence began to flood the internet. Footage of water vibrating in glasses, animals fleeing en masse before invisible waves, and eerie luminous spirals coiling across the night sky. Social media dubbed it the song. Hashtags trended globally, only to be shadow banned or mysteriously removed hours later. Still, there was no denying it. The hum had become global. For those who had been tracking the phenomenon from the beginning, the remnants of Continuum, the followers of Dr. Lorenz and Dr. Cole, the implications were horrifying. Their models had predicted an amplification phase, but not so soon. The energy output had increased beyond expected limits, and the frequency had begun to generate secondary harmonics, smaller pulses riding atop the main 23-minute cycle. The network was expanding its bandwidth. To understand what was happening, one must grasp the ancient mechanism structure, at least as far as anyone had been able to reconstruct it. Lorenz's lattice report had revealed that each node of the resonant grid was built upon specific geological formations: quartz-rich bedrock, basalt conduits, and naturally conductive ore veins. These weren't random choices. They were part of global architecture designed to amplify and transmit resonance. Quartz, under pressure, generates electrical energy through a process known as piezoelectricity. That meant every ancient monument, every buried chamber, was potentially both a receiver and transmitter. Now, with multiple nodes active, the system wasn't just humming, it was communicating with itself. A series of synchronized events confirmed it. On a cold night in January, instruments in 3 observatories, one in Alaska, one in Turkey, and one in South Africa, recorded identical bursts of electromagnetic radiation. The bursts weren't cosmic in origin. They came from within the Earth. When decoded, the data contained 3 distinct harmonic patterns, each a mirror image of the others. The pulses were not random. They were exchanging structured information. Dr. Ashin Duri, a theoretical geophysicist who had long suspected correlations between geomagnetic anomalies and ancient architecture, was the first to speak publicly. She appeared briefly on an independent science channel, her face tense but determined. "We are witnessing a dialogue," she said. "Not between humans, but between systems buried beneath our feet. We thought these monuments were built on the Earth. Now it seems they were built for the Earth." Her interview went viral within hours, and within 24 more, it was deleted from every major platform. Duriez's professional page was wiped, and her university biography replaced with a statement declaring she had taken indefinite leave. But her words could not be unsaid. The idea that the Earth's buried mechanisms were communicating, like neurons firing across a planetary brain, spread like wildfire through underground circles. As the cycles intensified, side effects began to manifest in the environment. Migratory birds lost their sense of direction. Whales beached themselves on coasts thousands of miles apart, all during the same pulse intervals. Satellites reported fluctuations in the upper atmosphere, where waves of energy seemed to ripple outward from each node in perfect symmetry. These disturbances interfered with communications, disrupted navigation systems, and even altered the weather in subtle, chaotic ways. It wasn't just technology and wildlife that were affected. Humans were too. Reports surfaced of people experiencing sudden bursts of vertigo, disorientation, and vivid dreams during pulse intervals. Some claimed they could hear the Earth speaking, not in language, but in emotion, an overwhelming sense of ancient memory rising through their consciousness. Psychologists dismissed it as mass hysteria, a byproduct of viral fear. But the pattern was undeniable. Each episode aligned perfectly with the pulse timing. Soon, scientists began noticing something deeply unsettling: the Schumann resonance, Earth's natural electromagnetic frequency. was rising, normally stable at around 783 hertz. It had begun to oscillate, reaching peaks that hadn't been observed in recorded history. This resonance interacts directly with human brainwaves. Its fluctuation could theoretically influence collective consciousness. In ancient mythologies, there were references to a time when the world sang as one, when humans heard the voice of the heavens through the ground. Many had dismissed these as allegory, but now those texts were being re-examined. Some historians pointed to the possibility that these myths were encoded memories of an earlier activation, an age when a resonant grid had once before awakened. A fragment of translation from the same tablets recovered near Dr. Cole's dig was reinterpreted under this light. It read, "When the heartstone stirs, the dreamers remember. The song of the deep shall rise, and the veil shall thin." The line that once seemed poetic now read like a warning. If the heartstone referred to the sealed chamber, the heart that speaks to the others, then perhaps the ancients had not been builders, but caretakers. They might have inherited the mechanisms from an even older intelligence, one that had once harnessed the Earth's resonance for unknown purposes. Some researchers, delving into forbidden archives and suppressed manuscripts, discovered something chillingly consistent. Ancient civilizations from every corner of the world described a catastrophic event, a time of noise, the great hum, or the storm beneath the ground. These accounts all ended the same way: silence, collapse, and erasure. The suggestion was terrifying. The last time the grid activated, it may have nearly destroyed civilization itself. Now, thousands of years later, humanity was unknowingly repeating the cycle. The pulse was accelerating. Each cycle now carried a sharper electromagnetic signature, expanding its reach. Radio interference extended across entire continents. Power grids flickered. Instruments that had once captured faint signals were now overwhelmed. The Earth's voice was growing louder. In isolated research stations, scientists began to report hallucinations, flashes of ancient landscapes, images of impossible architecture, patterns of light spiraling beneath their eyelids. Some claimed they were memories, not dreams, glimpses of a time when the mechanisms were fully active, when the planet's resonance network shaped reality itself. If this was collective madness, it was spreading fast. In a final, desperate transmission sent through a private channel, one of Lorenz's surviving colleagues wrote, "The grid isn't reactivating by accident. It's responding. Something triggered it, and it's learning faster than we can comprehend." But the question remained, responding to what? Had something external sent the initial signal that woke the Earth? Or had humanity's own actions, our drilling, mining, and endless interference with crust, simply crossed a threshold that reactivated the ancient system? No one knew. All anyone could do was watch as the resonance intensified, as the song grew clearer, and as the planet's long-slumbering mechanisms came to life once again. And somewhere beneath the deserts, far below the ruins and sealed chambers, the heartstone pulsed steadily, like a colossal, buried heartbeat, calling out to something that might finally be ready to answer. By the time the 12th recorded pulse cycle had rippled across the planet, the entire world was caught between disbelief and dread. Official media had reduced the phenomenon to a global geomagnetic fluctuation, a phrase bland enough to calm the uninformed but meaningless to those who had seen the data. The reality was far stranger and infinitely more dangerous. What began as an underground mystery had now become a planetary event. The pulse was evolving. Sensors in multiple observatories recorded a phenomenon that defied known geophysics. The harmonic intervals between the primary and secondary frequencies were no longer fixed. Instead, they were modulating as if the signal were being refined, tuned towards some unseen target. In simple terms, the Earth wasn't just resonating anymore, it was communicating with precision. Dr. Jonas Kepler, a systems analyst working in Munich, was among the first to notice a pattern within the modulation. As he layered multiple cycles of the pulse atop one another, he discovered an unmistakable progression. Each frequency was adjusting in a predictable mathematical curve, converging on a specific resonance point. He described it as a harmonic countdown. His report, leaked to a handful of colleagues before his data was confiscated, suggested that when all active nodes synchronized at this final resonance, an event of immense scale would occur, one that could alter the Earth's magnetic equilibrium. Kepler compared the pattern to a planetary reboot, a cascading resonance that could temporarily realign electromagnetic polarity across the globe. In other words, the planet was preparing to reset itself. Within days of the leak, Kepler vanished. The official story claimed he had taken his own life, but no one who knew him believed it. The encrypted archive of his work was wiped from every server. Only fragments survived. A few screenshots, some data points, and one line from his personal notes. The countdown isn't to destruction, it's to activation. The system is trying to wake something up. Meanwhile, environmental changes were becoming impossible to ignore. Deep-sea research buoys in the Pacific began detecting rising temperatures at depths previously thought geothermally stable. Strange vortices appeared in ocean currents, symmetrical spirals rotating with mathematical precision. On land, the auroras grew stronger and more widespread, flickering even in regions close to the equator. But the most dramatic evidence came from the skies. Pilots reported seeing circular light formations miles wide, pale rings glowing faintly in the upper atmosphere, pulsing in rhythm with a 23-minute interval. Satellite images confirmed these were not optical illusions. They were electromagnetic halos, possibly manifestations of energy fields generated by the underground grid. Governments launched investigations but quickly classified their findings. Civilian satellites were denied access to key coordinates. Amateur astronomers who uploaded raw data found their accounts suspended. The silence was deafening. Despite the censorship, fragments of truth continued to leak. Independent physicists working off-grid in Iceland, Japan, and Chile compared their data and made a startling observation. The pulse was no longer confined to the Earth. Similar harmonic patterns had begun to appear in the ionosphere, and, astonishingly, in deep space radio frequencies. It was as if the Earth were transmitting a signal into the void. Dr. Ashenduri, now working under a false identity after a public dismissal, released a voice-only message through encrypted forums. Her words were calm, but heavy with warning. We're seeing phase coupling between the terrestrial and cosmic frequencies. The Earth isn't just receiving resonance from within, it's sending it outward. Something is responding. Her claims sent shockwaves through the scientific underground. If true, it meant the resonant grid was not just an internal mechanism. It was a transmitter, a beacon. The question no one could answer was, to whom? For the first time, evidence suggested that faint return signals, low-level echoes, were being detected, arriving milliseconds after the outgoing pulse. The timing was impossible to explain through natural reflection or atmospheric interference. These echoes were structured, showing the same triadic frequency modulation discovered by Dr. Ethan Core months earlier. The Earth had called out. Something had answered. In the weeks that followed, seismic activity spiked worldwide, but in bizarre patterns. The tremors weren't random. They formed perfect geometric alignments along the known ley line network, the same pathways charted by ancient monuments. Unlike typical quakes, they released almost no destructive energy. Instead, they produced harmonic vibrations that lasted for minutes, detectable by instruments across the globe. To ancient myth, this moment might have been described as the god stirring beneath the world. The Continuum's surviving members, now communicating through fragmented darknet servers, pieced together the sequence of events and came to a chilling conclusion. The harmonic countdown predicted by Kepler was not metaphorical, it was literal. Each major node activation brought the global network closer to what they called a resonant apex, the frequency of complete alignment. Once achieved, the entire system would act as one, a planetary circuit synchronizing the Earth's magnetic field with whatever external signal it was now engaging with. They feared that when that moment arrived, the consequences would be irreversible. And yet, the system's behavior suggested purpose. Patterns embedded within the pulse contained data that resembled complex mathematical models. Equations beyond known human understanding, but structured with terrifying elegance. When translated into visual graphs, they formed spirals and waveforms identical to those found in sacred geometry, the architecture of life itself. One continuum researcher, working under the pseudonym Ananke, released a statement before his disappearance. The code embedded in the pulse is self-referential. It describes itself, a recursive function. Whatever this is, It was designed to awaken, observe, and replicate. We may be watching the birth of planetary consciousness. If that statement was true, then humanity was no longer alone on its own planet. The very ground beneath us, the crust, the core, the fields had begun to think. As days passed, the phenomena escalated. People across the world reported vivid dreams of glowing geometric forms, spirals, lattices, and eyes made of light. Some awoke with nosebleeds, some with strange electromagnetic burns, and some an overwhelming sense of déjà vu psychologists attributed to stress. But others believed the truth was far stranger. The pulse was beginning to affect human consciousness, synchronizing our biological rhythms to its own frequency. The implications were staggering. If the Earth's frequency truly influenced brainwave patterns, then as it continued to rise, collective awareness itself could shift a planetary level event of perception and memory. Perhaps this was what ancient cultures referred when they spoke of the Great Awakening or the return of the dreaming Earth. And if the ancients had lived through it once before, they may have tried to stop it. Buried in suppressed cuneiform texts recovered from Mesopotamia, there were warnings, not of destruction, but of forgetting. One translated fragment read, "The last song rose from the deep and made the sky burn. The builder sealed the heart and silenced the earth, so men would not remember." Could that have been the last shutdown, the final attempt by a lost civilization to put the earth back to sleep after the last activation went too far? If so, then the current reactivation was an anomaly. It was history repeating itself. Humanity, through excavation, technology, and relentless curiosity, had tampered with the locks the ancients placed. Now, the planet was stirring once again, remembering its own forgotten program, and perhaps its own purpose. The 12th pulse came stronger than any before. Instruments went offline, magnetic fields spiked, and auroras burned across the skies of every hemisphere. And beneath the deserts, the sealed chambers trembled, the inscriptions within them glowing faintly, as though responding to something unseen. The countdown had entered its final phase. The morning of the 13th pulse was unlike any before it. The air itself felt charged, thick, as though every molecule vibrated with unseen tension. Across the world, animals reacted first. Flocks of birds abandoning their migratory paths, whales beaching themselves along distant coastlines, entire forests falling into eerie silence minutes before the next harmonic wave rolled through the planet's crust. This time, the pulse did not simply resonate, it sang. It began as a low tremor deep beneath the earth, a tone too low for human ears, yet strong enough to make buildings shudder and oceans ripple. But as it rose to the harmonic spectrum, it transformed into something else entirely, a layered chorus of frequencies, interwoven with impossible precision. The sound carried a haunting beauty, mathematical and organic at once, like the voice of something vast awakening from slumber. Satellite sensors showed the resonance pattern wrapping around the globe in a perfect lattice, forming a three-dimensional grid of electromagnetic energy. Every major node, from the buried ruins in the desert to the submerged temples off the coast of Japan, began to hum in synchronization. For the first time, the grid was fully awake. At the subterranean dig site, now under strict military lockdown, something extraordinary was happening. The sealed chambers, long dormant and silent, began to emit faint light. The carvings along the walls, those strange binary-like symbols, pulse in rhythm with the global frequency. The soldiers stationed nearby described the effect as breathing stone. No artificial light source could account for it. The glow was self-generating, faint but unmistakably alive. Within the command tent above ground, a cluster of officials, engineers, and classified observers stared at their monitoring screens in disbelief. Every seismic, magnetic, and atmospheric instrument had gone haywire. The readings no longer made sense. They didn't follow known natural laws. It was as if the Earth's electromagnetic field had reorganized itself according to a new geometry. In a secure video feed from a distant control room, a man known only as Director Ames appeared on the monitors. His expression was grave. He ordered an immediate halt to all data transmission and instructed the field team to prepare the containment sequence. The order made no sense to the scientists on site. Contain what? The Earth itself? But Ames was not a man given to panic. He had known this day might come. Hidden deep within government archives was a set of documents known only as Project Thanatos, dated the late 1940s, long before the site had been publicly excavated. The files reference an energy containment array buried beneath the desert, constructed by an unknown civilization and rediscovered during classified post-war expeditions. It warned that activation of the array could lead to magnetospheric destabilization and collective neurocognitive interference. In other words, if the grid awakened, human minds might no longer belong solely to themselves. As the pulse intensified, reports began flooding in from across the globe. People described seeing geometric afterimages burned into their vision, spirals, eyes, and patterns of concentric circles that shimmered even when they closed their eyes. Some claimed to hear a low humming inside their skulls, a vibration that matched the planetary resonance almost perfectly. And then there were the dreams. Thousands began reporting identical visions, vast cities of light buried beneath the earth, crystalline towers stretching toward the stars, and beings, tall, luminous figures, standing in silent reverence before a radiant core pulsing with power. Psychologists scrambled to label it mass hysteria, a shared delusion triggered by viral media. But what unnerved the most was the synchronization. The dreams occur within the same 12-minute window worldwide, the exact duration of the 13th pulse. Meanwhile, Dr. Ashin Duri, operating from an undisclosed location, intercepted a classified transmission from a European research agency. The data packet contained fragments of mathematical code derived from real-time resonance mapping. When she decrypted the symbols, she discovered something terrifying. The harmonic signature contained genetic information. Hidden within the pulse frequencies was a pattern matching the structure of human DNA. The sequence wasn't random. It mirrored a genetic repair code, a form of bioresonant tuning that, in theory, could alter biological processes through frequency exposure. If that were true, the pulse wasn't merely influencing the planet's magnetic field. It was rewriting the biology of everything living upon it. Her findings aligned disturbingly well with global reports of physiological changes. People experiencing sudden bursts of clarity, enhanced perception, or intense emotional states. Others suffering disorientation, migraines, or inexplicable fainting spells. The pulse was altering consciousness, not metaphorically, but biochemically. Desperate to verify her discovery, Dr. Nduri contacted the remaining members of the Continuum Network. They compared EEG readings from volunteers during pulse intervals and confirmed identical frequency interference in the alpha and theta brainwave ranges. The pulse was synchronizing the human mind to its rhythm. What had once been myth, the idea of Earth and humankind sharing a consciousness, was now measurable science. Still, one question loomed over them all. Why now? Old legends from nearly every ancient culture spoke of cyclical ages, periods when the earth spoke to her children, awakening them to a greater unity, followed by great cataclysms that forced humanity to forget. If the resonant grid was reawakening, then perhaps it was fulfilling a cosmic cycle, one written into the very bones of the planet. But there were darker interpretations as well. Some continuum theorists proposed that the activation sequence was not benign. They feared that the grid was not designed to awaken humanity, but to harvest it, to use consciousness itself as a form of energy. They pointed to the inscriptions found in the chamber. The repeated motif of eyes, spirals, and converging lines, symbols that mirrored the concept of convergence, absorption, and feedback loops. To them, the grid wasn't a transmitter or receiver. It was a circuit, one that required living input. And perhaps, they suggested, that's why previous civilizations had buried it. Back at the desert site, seismic activity intensified. Instruments detected a hollow resonance beneath the main chamber, a cavity of immense size. As the pulse peaked, the ground trembled, and a low vibration rose from the depths. The walls of the chamber began to resonate visibly, the glowing carvings now strobing in rapid rhythm. Then, as suddenly as it began, the light ceased. Silence. For nearly 2 full minutes, the world seemed to hold its breath. Every magnetic sensor on the planet flatlined. The Earth's resonance dropped to zero, a complete electromagnetic stillness. And then, from the core of the dig site, came a sound no one could identify. It wasn't mechanical, nor was it natural. It was a tone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, wrapping around perception itself. Those who heard described the sensation as remembering a language they'd never learned. The soldiers panicked. The researchers fled the chamber. The lights flickered, and in that moment, several witnesses claimed to see shapes, faint, human-like silhouettes, moving within the illuminated walls. When power returned, the carvings had changed. Symbols that had been static for millennia were now rearranged, as though rewritten. The translation systems used by the Continuum deciphered a rough message from a new pattern. The seal is broken. The heart remembers. It was the first and perhaps only direct communication from the entity or mechanism beneath the earth. From that moment on, nothing could be hidden. The pulse had crossed the threshold between anomaly and awareness. The earth, it seemed, had begun to speak. When the 14th pulse arrived, it did not roar like the ones before. It came softly, almost imperceptibly, as if the planet had exhaled after an eternity of silence. Yet beneath that quiet hum, every instrument, every magnetic sensor, every human nerve ending seemed to react. It wasn't a wave of destruction this time. It was something more intimate, more deliberate. The resonance no longer assaulted the senses. It entered them. In laboratories and field stations across the world, scientists watched their monitors dissolve into chaos. The usual burst of electromagnetic noise had changed into a distinct pattern. 3 perfect concentric spirals rotating in opposite directions, meeting in a point of stillness at the center. It was as though the Earth's field had formed an eye, one that was watching, not merely radiating. Across the globe, strange occurrences began to escalate. People described moments of sudden connection, finishing each other's thoughts, experiencing memories that weren't their own, seeing flashes of places they'd never visited. Even more unsettling, these phenomena seemed to cluster around ancient sites: Stonehenge, Giza, Angkor, Machu Picchu, all known to align with the planetary ley grid. Local monitors stationed near these monuments recorded unprecedented energy surges. At Giza, the sand surrounding the Great Pyramid vibrated at a constant low frequency, causing small glass-like harmonics to shimmer in the air. In England, at Stonehenge, visitors claimed to see faint arcs of light linking the stones together, forming translucent geometric shapes above the monument. It was as if the ancient structures had awakened, acting as nodes of amplification for the Earth's growing resonance. The global community was divided between awe and fear. Religious groups called it a sign of prophecy, the return of the voice of the Earth. Others saw it as a prelude to apocalypse. Governments, however, took a more pragmatic stance. Control. Broadcasts were restricted, live satellite feeds censored, and even civilian drone activity was banned in certain sensitive zones. But secrets never stay buried for long. In a secure data leak published by the Continuum Network, fragments of a classified document surfaced, one written decades before the first pulse had ever been recorded. It was a memo from 1952, titled Operation Prometheus, detailing the discovery of a global resonance system beneath multiple continents. The memo described experiments conducted by a coalition of military scientists who had attempted to tap into this energy network. The results, it stated, led to the disappearance of an entire research base in the Sahara, an event later erased from official history. The document concluded with a chilling statement. If activation occurs, containment will be impossible. The system is self-referential and adaptive. It may regard interference as threat. This revelation forced many to reconsider what the modern pulses truly represented. Were they spontaneous natural awakenings, or the consequence of long-forgotten human meddling? Dr. Ashenduri, now in hiding, studied the old Operation Prometheus schematics and found that their resonance coupling array design matched the geometry of the newly reactivated sites. It wasn't a coincidence. Humanity had reactivated something ancient long before understanding what it was. The modern world had reawakened a global system that our ancestors had carefully sealed away. But there was something else, a detail buried deep within the documents. The original researchers had noticed fluctuations in local consciousness fields near activation zones. Subjects exposed to the resonance reported shared visual hallucinations and telepathic impressions. The phenomenon was dismissed as mass suggestion, yet the descriptions matched exactly what people across the world were now experiencing. The 13th pulse had awakened the system. The 14th was synchronizing us. In villages and cities, strange patterns emerged. People began unconsciously mimicking the rhythm of the pulse, tapping their fingers, breathing in sequence, humming low notes they could not explain. Entire crowds at public gatherings fell into rhythmic stillness, as if obeying some silent conductor. Hospitals reported thousands of patients entering spontaneous trances during pulse events, whispering phrases in forgotten languages, or drawing geometric spirals on walls. One linguistics expert, reviewing the transcribed words, made a shocking discovery. The fragments weren't random. They formed coherent mathematical descriptions, sequences describing frequency ratios identical to those recorded in the chamber beneath the desert. It was as if the same language carved into stone millennia ago was now surfacing in human speech. Could it be that the resonant grid was not just communicating to humanity, but through it? Meanwhile, seismic scans revealed something even more extraordinary. Deep beneath several known nodes, unknown structures were coming online, emitting measurable EM bursts identical in signature to the main site. They were awakening one by one, from Siberia to the Amazon basin, from under Antarctic ice to the Florida Pacific. Together, they formed a global web of power, a literal nervous system stretching beneath every continent. Researchers tracking these activations noted a specific sequence. Each site came online in precise planetary intervals, not random timing, but geometric alignment with the Earth's rotation and solar position. The frequency pattern suggested intelligence, or at least intentional design. The continuum began to suspect that the grid's awakening was not limited to Earth. Some of the new resonance bursts contained frequencies that aligned with certain deep space radio signals. Astronomers confirmed that faint echoes, matching the pulse signature, were returning from specific points in space, particularly one region near the constellation Orion. It was as though the Earth were re-establishing contact with something that had once been here, or was still listening. At the heart of all this, the chamber beneath the desert continued to change. The carvings glowed brighter now, their light casting long shadows across the obsidian floor. Surveillance drones sent into the lowest level recorded a sight beyond comprehension. The walls no longer solid but fluid, as if the stone itself were responding to unseen frequencies. Symbols flowed like mercury, rearranging in perfect synchronicity with each global pulse. When analyzed frame by frame, the new configuration of symbols formed something chillingly familiar. A face. Not human, not alien, but an abstract geometric construct resembling a consciousness attempting to shape itself in our understanding. For the first time in human history, it seemed the Earth, or the intelligence beneath it, was trying to communicate in a language we could perceive. As the 14th pulse reached its peak, every active site across the globe resonated in harmony. The frequency created a single unified tone, one that vibrated at 111 hertz. The same frequency found in ancient sacred chanting across multiple cultures. Monks, shamans, and mystics had used that tone for centuries to induce altered states of awareness, calling it the voice of the world. Now science had rediscovered it, but in a context infinitely more terrifying. The pulse didn't end this time. Instead, it sustained a continuous hum that lasted for nearly an hour, circling the globe in a perfect standing wave. Electronics failed. Clocks froze. People fell to their knees, overwhelmed by a sensation of weightlessness, as if gravity itself had weakened. When the hum finally subsided, everything felt changed. The atmosphere was subtly different, denser, electrically alive. People described colors as brighter, sounds as sharper, thoughts as clearer. For a brief moment, humanity glimpsed a heightened reality, one where everything was connected, vibrating as part of a single organism. But that unity came with a price. In those minutes of resonance, hundreds of thousands of people simply vanished, not in explosions or accidents. They were just gone. Their clothes, belongings, and shadows remained, but their bodies were absent, leaving behind only faint electromagnetic traces that quickly dissipated. Panic spread across nations. Authorities blamed mass hysteria, radiation, even terrorism, but none of the explanations fit. Those who remained swore they had felt something pulling at their consciousness during the pulse, as if being called home. Some described seeing vast networks of light spreading across the Earth's surface, filaments of energy connecting every living being. Perhaps those who vanished hadn't died at all. Perhaps they had simply crossed over, absorbed into whatever vast intelligence was now awakening beneath the crust of the world. And for the first time, the question no longer was what had been awakened. The question was whether humanity could survive what came next. The 15th pulse came with no warning at all. There was no measurable buildup, no magnetic rise, no tremor in the crust, only silence, and then the impossible. It arrived not as a vibration through the earth, but as a suspension of everything. Clock stopped ticking. Birds froze mid-flight. The hum of electrical grids around the world went dead in perfect unison. 4-4. 3 seconds. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then the world exhaled, and the sky burned with light. Every continent, every ocean, every pole was bathed in a sudden glow that had no clear source. It wasn't sunlight or aurora. It was something deeper, a light that seemed to rise from within the earth rather than shine down upon it. The ocean shimmered as though illuminated from their own depths, and even the air itself carried a faint, visible luminescence. People described feeling weightless for a moment, as though gravity had softened, as though their bodies were suspended between two realities. Some heard whispers, others music, and a few swore they saw enormous geometric shapes superimposed over the landscape. Transparent pyramids, spheres, and lattice grids extending across the horizon. The scientific community had no words for it. The data collected in that short window defied every known law of physics. Magnetic field sensors went offline. Gravitational measurements fluctuated wildly. Even atomic clocks lost synchronization, as if the very fabric of space-time had rippled. But something far stranger was happening beneath the surface. At the primary dig site, now sealed off from the world under the codename Operation Silence, the subterranean structure began to respond to the global event. The air inside the chamber grew heavy, almost liquid, and an electromagnetic hum filled the space, resonating through metal, stone, and bone alike. The walls pulsed with light once more, and the strange carvings rearranged themselves yet again, shifting into what appeared to be sequential patterns, like the unfolding of a message. One technician watching the monitors whispered, "It's counting." Indeed, the patterns followed a progressive series, prime numbers, ratios, and logarithmic spirals, all converging toward a central glyph, a circle within a triangle, surrounded by radiating lines. The same symbol had been found carved into megaliths around the world, from the Andes to the Himalayas, always associated with myths of the first builders. The chamber's temperature dropped dramatically, yet no source of cold could be found. Cameras recorded faint distortions, visual ripples, moving across the air like heat waves in reverse. And then, for a single instant, something impossible appeared on screen, a human silhouette, standing motionless in the center of the chamber, illuminated by the light of the carvings. The figure had no identifiable features, just a faint outline, translucent, as if made of shadow and light intertwined. Before the team could react, the entire feed went black. Power across the entire compound failed. Outside, the desert wind stilled. And then the pulse came again. This time, it wasn't global. It was localized, centered on the dig site. Instruments that had been offline suddenly burst to life, showing energy levels spiking beyond any known measurement. The structure beneath the sands wasn't just receiving the resonance now. It was generating it. Military sensors orbiting the region detected a spherical wave of electromagnetic radiation expanding outward from the site. The frequency matched the previous planetary pulse pattern exactly, but with one critical difference. This signal was encoded. Encrypted within the wave was a repeating data structure that analysts quickly recognized. It was the same mathematical signature found within the human genome, the same code Dr. Nduri had discovered months before. But this time, it wasn't simply being broadcast. It was calling something back. Half a world away, deep-sea sensors in the Pacific and Arctic recorded identical signal spikes, as though underwater nodes were responding in kind. Massive sonar echoes rose from the ocean floor, tracing vast geometric formations that no one had ever mapped before. In the Mariana Trench, seismic probes captured rhythmic vibrations, too structured to be natural, too vast to be man-made. It was as if something immense was stirring beneath the ocean. Around this time, reports of strange atmospheric anomalies began to flood social media. Enormous circular clouds appeared, rotating slowly, their centers glowing with the same eerie inner light. Satellite imagery confirmed that these formations were perfectly aligned with known ley grid intersections. What had been myth was now measurable geometry. The world's governments remained silent. Emergency broadcasts were prepared but never aired. In their place, news outlets played loop footage of calm anchors, insisting that everything was under control. Yet ordinary people knew the truth. Something extraordinary was happening, something beyond human containment. Across spiritual communities and underground forums, a new term began to circulate: the Awakening Protocol. It was said that the ancient structures were not built to worship gods, but to communicate with the planet itself. And that once fully reactivated, the Earth would remember what it was. But what would that mean for us, the species living upon it? Within the Continuum network, scattered survivors began to share their data. A pattern was emerging. The pulse frequency wasn't random. It was rewriting the Schumann resonance, the electromagnetic heartbeat of the planet. What had once been a stable 7, 83 hertz was now climbing steadily, reaching over 12 hertz during the 15th event. At that frequency, the human brain's alpha waves begin to synchronize with the planet's field. In other words, consciousness itself was being drawn into alignment. The implications were staggering. If the pulse continued to rise, human cognition could be altered on a global scale, collective perception merging into a single resonant field. Individual thought might dissolve into shared awareness. The myth of one mind would cease to be metaphor. And yet, not everyone resisted. Around the world, small groups began to gather at ancient sites during the pulses. They described overwhelming sensations of peace, clarity, and unity. Some entered deep trance states, claiming to receive visions of luminous beings. Not external aliens, but entities made of sound and geometry, like extensions of the Earth's own mind. Their message, they said, was simple: do not fear the merging. You were part of this once. Others, however, felt only dread. Governments that had lost control of their citizens declared martial law in multiple regions. Armed conflicts erupted near several energy nodes as different factions attempted to seize control. The air buzzed with anxiety, a sense that reality itself was unraveling. Meanwhile, deep below the desert, the sealed chamber was changing again. The walls had begun to move, not metaphorically, but literally, shifting as if the entire structure were alive. Sensors recorded subtle rhythmic contractions, like the slow heartbeat of some vast organism buried beneath the ground. And in the center of the floor where the light had once converged, a new formation was emerging, a circular aperture of pure blackness, swallowing all light around it. It wasn't a hole in material sense, more like an absence, a void where the laws of space no longer applied. Instruments lowered into it sent back readings for several seconds before vanishing completely. One final transmission from the probe was recorded before it disappeared into the dark. A voice, faint, distorted, neither male nor female, spoke just 3 words: "The bridge opens." Moments later, every monitor in the command tent went dead. The 15th pulse had ended, but its echo lingered, not just in the earth, but in the minds of those who had felt it. Dreams became more vivid, memories more fluid. Some began to recall events that had never happened, lives they had never lived. It was as if the boundaries between past, present, and identity itself had started to blur. Whatever was awakening beneath the surface was no longer content to remain hidden. It was reaching upward, through stone, through thought, through the very fabric of what it meant to be human. And in that silence that followed, for the first time in recorded history, humanity collectively sensed the truth. The earth was no longer waiting for permission to remember. The 16th pulse began not with a tremor, not with light, but with a sound, a tone so low, so deep, that it seemed to rise from the marrow of the world itself. It resonated through oceans, mountains, and metal alike, slipping into the frequencies of human hearing like a whisper through a dream. Unlike the violent waves before, this one came with a strange gentleness, but it was the kind of calm that precedes a storm. In the hours leading up to it, animals behaved erratically again. Entire herds migrated in perfect circles. Whales gathered in massive pods near coastlines, their songs now synchronized to an eerie mathematical rhythm. Migratory birds flew at night in patterns resembling sacred geometry, spirals, hexagons, and endless loops visible in infrared satellite imaging. It was as if the entire biosphere had begun to follow a single invisible conductor. Meanwhile, deep beneath the desert excavation site, the sealed chamber, that ancient cathedral of impossible architecture, began to awaken further. The black aperture that had formed in its center pulsed faintly now, like the slow breathing of a living entity. Every few seconds, it expanded and contracted, bending light around it in a subtle distortion. The readings it emitted no longer matched electromagnetic spectra. They fell into a newly observed category: quantum harmonic flux, a kind of energy that resonated across both physical and non-physical planes. At 2:14 Universal Time Coordinated, the 16th pulse finally erupted, but unlike before, it didn't spread globally all at once. It began as a wavefront from the primary site, and then cascaded outward in concentric circles, activating other nodes one by one. Satellites recorded bursts of radiation at precise intervals, 88 seconds apart, like a heartbeat echoing through the crust. When the wave reached the other side of the planet, it converged with its own reflection, producing a standing resonance field that encased the entire Earth. From orbit, the planet briefly shimmered, a faint halo of blue-white light forming around it, visible even to civilian telescopes. It was as if the world had slipped inside a luminous cocoon. Scientists who still dared to analyze the phenomenon found that the frequency of the pulse had climbed again, now oscillating between 13 and 14 hertz. That placed it firmly in the beta range of human brain activity, the frequency of alertness, focus, and consciousness. The implication was clear. The planet was no longer synchronizing with the subconscious mind. It was tuning into awareness itself. Across the world, people reported overwhelming sensations of connection, not vague empathy, but direct awareness of others' thoughts, emotions, and memories. Strangers thousands of miles apart described seeing through each other's eyes, finishing each other's sentences, or even recalling shared dreams. Social boundaries collapsed in an instant. It was a glimpse into what philosophers had once called the overmind. But there was something darker hidden beneath that collective awakening. In the chaos of merged consciousness, ancient fears surfaced. Those with violent or obsessive thoughts found them magnified, echoed by others who shared similar darkness. In cities already on edge from the previous pulses, riots erupted, not out of anger, but out of psychic contagion. Thoughts were no longer private, and fear spread faster than any weapon could deliver it. Governments reacted with desperation. Communication satellites were disabled. Entire networks were shut down. Some nations attempted to block the pulse by generating artificial electromagnetic interference, a futile effort that only amplified the resonance further, like trying to silence an ocean by shouting into it. Meanwhile, the continuum, now fragmented and hunted, decoded a new transmission from the desert chamber. The rearranged symbols on the walls had changed again, this time forming an intricate three-dimensional lattice of lines and numbers. When mapped digitally, the lattice revealed an unmistakable pattern, a double helix, the very structure of DNA, but overlaid with geometric symbols corresponding to frequency notations. Dr. Ashin Duri, hiding in a mountain observatory in Chile, realized the significance. The pulse was not random, it was a program. A planetary code designed to activate dormant aspects of human biology. Her late-night recordings capture her whispered revelation. It's rewriting us. The grid isn't just awakening the Earth. It's awakening whatever's within us that came from it. We are the fragments, and it's calling us home. The implications were staggering. If human DNA contained embedded harmonic codes, then the pulse could be unlocking ancient memory. Not cultural memory, but genetic memory. Experiences and knowledge encoded by a civilization that may have existed long before recorded history, passed down silently through the genome. The theory gained terrifying weight when people began to speak languages that had never existed in any known record. Linguists, mystics, and neuroscientists alike struggled to explain it. The words carried rhythm and meaning that bypassed logic. Language is vibration. Some called it the prime tongue, the original resonance of creation itself. At the height of the 16th pulse, the phenomenon peaked. Across the deserts, oceans, and mountains, the same vision appeared simultaneously to millions, a colossal structure rising from the Earth's core, formed entirely of light and geometry. It stretched through the planet like a crystalline spine, connecting every ley line, every node, every ancient site. And at its heart was a single glowing sphere pulsing in time with a human heartbeat. The vision lasted less than a minute. When it faded, the silence that followed was unbearable. Then came the storms. Electromagnetic discharges erupted across the upper atmosphere, creating luminous tendrils of plasma that danced across the sky like serpents of fire. Power grids collapsed. Satellites failed. The modern world flickered and went dark. Humanity was plunged into a night illuminated only by the auroras that now burned permanently across the heavens. And beneath that glow, in the darkness of the desert site, the black aperture expanded once more. Those who remained to observe it, soldiers, scientists, and a handful of Continuum operatives, watched in terror as the void stretched outward, swallowing light and space around it. The walls of the chamber folded inward, yet the structure did not collapse. Instead, it transformed. What had once been stone became translucent, crystalline, shimmering with internal luminescence. The entire architecture seemed to shift phase, existing in two realities at once. Sensors captured brief readings before malfunctioning. Mass displacement, energy inversion, non-locality. The chamber was becoming something else, a gateway, perhaps, or the interface of an intelligence older than time. And then, just as the void stabilized, the carvings on the wall flared one final time. The message they displayed, translated to the Continuum's decoders, was heartbreakingly simple. The bridge is open. Return complete. Moments later, the feed cut to static. The desert was silent once again. Around the world, the aftereffects of the pulse lingered. People reported hearing faint harmonics in the wind, notes that weren't there before. Oceans glowed faintly at night, and trees seemed to hum when touched. The earth itself felt alive in a way it hadn't in recorded memory. Some found peace in it, feeling as though the planet had finally begun to heal itself after centuries of human exploitation. Others saw only doom, fearing that humanity's individuality was dissolving into something vast and incomprehensible. But a small number, those who had long studied the forbidden history, the forbidden archaeology, understood something profound. This was not the end of the world. It was the end of the human version of it. The 16th pulse marked the moment when Earth's consciousness began to merge with the species it had birthed, an integration long prophesied, long delayed, and now unstoppable. For in that convergence of mind, matter, and memory, one truth had become undeniable. The Earth was not just a planet. It was an ancient intelligence rediscovering itself, and we were its lost thoughts, finally finding our way back home. The 17th pulse came at dawn. It could still be called dawn, for the sky no longer obeyed the rhythms of day and night. The atmosphere had taken on a strange luminescence, a perpetual twilight that shimmered in hues of silver and blue. The sun still rose, but its light was filtered through a veil of static, as if reality itself had become slightly translucent. To many, the world now looked like a dream bleeding into wakefulness, and in that ethereal light, something began to move beneath the sands. The desert floor above the excavation site quivered as though breathing. Grains of dust lifted in unison, suspended in midair by invisible currents. From a distance, it appeared as if the earth itself was inhaling, an immense, living being stirring after an aeon of sleep. The military outposts that once guarded the site had been abandoned. Those who hadn't fled had vanished during the 16th pulse, leaving only empty tents and silent machinery. Now, in the silence, the ground cracked open. What rose from beneath was no ordinary structure. It was vast, crystalline, and alive with motion, a monumental lattice of light and matter that defied geometry. The form shifted constantly, its angles folding in on themselves like origami made of energy. Observers from satellites could barely capture its shape, as it seemed to phase in and out of visible dimensions. The structure, soon dubbed the resonant spire by the few surviving Continuum analysts, pulsed in harmony with the Earth's new frequency. Every wave of energy that radiated from it sent ripples across the entire planet. Volcanoes quieted. Storms dissipated. The magnetic poles stabilized. It was as if the spire was regulating the heartbeat of the world. But the true miracle or terror lay in its effect on consciousness. Those within 1,000 kilometers of the site began to experience intense visions. They reported seeing luminous beings standing among the dunes, tall figures woven from threads of light and sound. Their faces were indistinct, yet familiar, as if drawn from the archetypal memory of gods, ancestors, or something even older. Some witnesses described them as architects, others as the first humans before the fall of memory. The beings did not speak with words. Their communication was telepathic, emotional. Entire ideas transmitted impulses of empathy, beyond the barrier of language. The message was always the same. The cycle is complete. The bridge has awakened. The return has begun. Dr. Ashenduri, still alive in her mountain observatory, intercepted fragments of the energy emissions from the spire. The data suggested a terrifying yet awe-inspiring reality. The pulse frequencies were now mapping directly onto the global biosphere, forming a living neural network. In essence, the planet was turning itself into a brain, each living creature a neuron in a vast, sentient web. Her final broadcast before a signal went dark revealed her understanding. The Earth isn't just reawakening. It's evolving, and it's bringing us with it. But not all will survive the synchronization. Only those who can hold the resonance will cross the bridge. Her words spread through encrypted networks and underground broadcasts like wildfire. Spiritual movements and apocalyptic cults interpreted them in wildly different ways. Some prepared for ascension, meditating in ancient temples, chanting harmonic frequencies that mirrored the pulses. Others saw it as a herald of extinction and retreated into deep bunkers, believing that the merging of consciousness would erase individuality entirely. And as humanity fractured, the 17th pulse struck. Unlike the previous events, this one was accompanied by visible patterns in the sky, colossal geometric symbols forming in the upper atmosphere, lines of light stretching across the horizon like celestial circuitry. Each formation matched ancient symbols carved into monoliths across the world, from Göbekli Tepe to Stonehenge, from the Nazca Lines to Angkor Wat. The same geometry, repeated over millennia, now written in the heavens. Those who gazed upon the sky felt a vibration in their bones. Some fainted, some wept, and others laughed uncontrollably, as though remembering something they had always known but forgotten. For a brief moment, all living things resonated in perfect harmony. Time itself seemed to slow, stretch, and fold back upon itself. In that suspended instant, countless individuals experienced what would later be described as the memory flood. Entire lifetimes flashed before them, but not their own. They saw cities of light, oceans that glowed with consciousness, skies filled with energy constructs instead of stars. They remembered civilizations not of stone and metal, but of sound and resonance. They saw humanity not as an isolated species, but as a projection of the planet's will, fragments of a greater whole, sent out to explore, learn, and eventually return. The 17th pulse was not merely a transmission. It was an activation. All over the world, ancient structures began to respond. Pyramids, temples, and megaliths long thought to be inert. Their stone surfaces vibrated softly, emitting subsonic tones that harmonized with the global frequency. Some glowed faintly. Others released beams of coherent light into the sky, linking together into an invisible network. The ley lines, once dismissed as myth, became visible conduits of energy, tracing luminous paths across the continents. In the Amazon, researchers witnessed the emergence of massive circular clearings that matched the geometry of the pulse patterns. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid emitted a resonance so strong it disabled nearby electronic equipment. In the Arctic, melting ice revealed perfectly preserved crystalline obelisks that pulse in time with the spire in the desert. The Earth was awakening, piece by piece, memory by memory. But with awakening came resistance. Certain factions within what remained of global governments launched attempts to destroy the resonant spire, fearing it was an alien invasion mechanism. Hypersonic missiles were deployed. None reached their target. As they neared the spire's energy field, their guidance systems failed, their trajectories twisted midair, and they dissolved into light. Cameras caught it. The missiles didn't explode. They disintegrated. their matter absorbed into the field, as if translated into pure energy. The spire did not retaliate. It simply absorbed. That single act changed everything. The world realized that the spire, whatever it was, operated far beyond the realm of violence or defense. It wasn't attacking or protecting. It was transforming. From that day, something new began to happen within the human body. Medical instruments detected subtle changes in the DNA of those exposed to the pulse field. New sequences appeared, dormant strands activating in patterns previously labeled junk. People developed heightened senses, telepathic abilities, or moments of transcendent awareness. For some, it brought enlightenment. For others, madness. It became clear that the transformation was selective. Those who resisted the resonance fell ill, their minds fracturing under the frequency. Those who accepted it thrived, glowing faintly under ultraviolet light, their brain waves harmonizing with the Earth's new rhythm. In the ruins of the old world, a new kind of humanity was emerging, one connected, telepathic, and in tune with the planet's consciousness. And as the 17th pulse faded, a final phenomenon occurred. The stars themselves began to rearrange. Astronomers reported that constellations were subtly shifting, aligning into new patterns that matched the geometry of the ley grid. It was as if the universe itself was responding to Earth's awakening, as if the signal was not just planetary, but cosmic. In the silence that followed, those who could still hear the Earth's hum felt a profound certainty. The awakening was only the beginning. The spire was not the final destination, but the doorway to something far greater. Humanity had been the dream of the planet, and now the dreamer was beginning to wake. Observers described seeing ripples in reality, as if the boundaries between physical and energetic worlds had thinned. Dr. Nduriye's final transmission, recovered posthumously from a damaged hard drive, described this phenomenon as dimensional overlap. She theorized that the Earth was transitioning from a material-based system to a frequency-based one, reality reorganizing around consciousness. In her own words, "We used to think the Earth was a planet in space. Now we see that space is a dream within Earth's consciousness. The awakening isn't happening on the Earth. It is the Earth." Her voice faded in static, but her final sentence was clear, chilling, and oddly hopeful. The architects are returning, but they were never gone. They are us, remembering ourselves. That same day, a blinding beam of energy erupted from the spire, piercing the atmosphere. The column extended far beyond the exosphere, visible even from lunar orbit. Astronauts aboard derelict stations reported seeing it as a shimmering filament connecting Earth to something distant, perhaps to the very source of the reply signal. For 72 seconds, the beam maintained perfect stability. Then it fragmented into 7 smaller streams, each bending toward a different direction in space. When projected onto star charts, those directions aligned precisely with 7 ancient constellations that humanity had mythologized for millennia: Orion, Lyra, Pleiades, Draco, Sirius, Arcturus, and Vega. Across the world, ancient texts were re-examined, from Sumerian tablets to Egyptian hieroglyphs to Mayan codices. They all contained warnings and promises about a time when the stars would speak again and the bridge between heaven and earth would open. Scholars, mystics, and military strategists alike now realized the legends had been records, not prophecies. As the energy streams faded, strange phenomena spread. Gravity fluctuated. Time slowed in localized regions. People experienced moments where reality looped, seconds repeating, sounds echoing backward. Some described stepping outside their bodies entirely, watching the world as if it were a hologram collapsing and rebuilding itself in real time. Meanwhile, the Earth's magnetic field, once thought to be destabilizing, suddenly stabilized into a perfect geometric pattern, shaped like a dodecahedron. This same geometry appeared in the energy emissions from the spire, the ley lines, and even in the frequency patterns of human brain waves. Every layer of existence was aligning, but the most shocking discovery came from the ocean. Deep beneath the Pacific, seismic instruments detected massive symmetrical structures rising slowly from the abyss. These were not tectonic events. The seabed itself was reconfiguring, revealing enormous crystalline frameworks, miles in diameter. They pulsed faintly, resonating with the same harmonic as the spire. The pattern suggested that the entire planet, land and sea, was transforming into a unified crystalline network, a global resonator. And then, something even more unthinkable happened. The moon responded. Its orbit shifted slightly, and faint lines of light began to appear across its surface, geometric markings identical to those of the ley grid on Earth. Lunar probes captured bursts of low-frequency sound emanating from its core, synchronized perfectly with the pulse rhythm. The ancient myths of the singing moon, once dismissed as poetic metaphor, had come alive. For the first time in history, the Earth and Moon were in direct harmonic resonance, two celestial bodies vibrating as one instrument. The binary tone they produced created interference patterns in space that rippled outward like gravitational music. People on Earth could feel it. The vibration wasn't just heard or seen, it was experienced. Heartbeats aligned with it. Breathing patterns fell into rhythm. For a moment, every living thing on the planet inhaled and exhaled in unison, and as the 18th pulse reached its crescendo, a shadow appeared in the sky. It wasn't a craft nor a meteor, but a vast distortion, a curvature of space revealing something immense beyond the visible spectrum. Telescopes failed to focus on it. Cameras blurred when pointed in its direction. But those who looked with their inner sight, those attuned to the resonance, described it not as a ship, but as a presence. They said it felt ancient, familiar, and patient, as if it had been waiting for humanity to remember. In the final minutes of pulse, as the distortion deepened, a single thought echoed simultaneously in the minds of billions. We have always been here. Then the light faded. The air stilled. The resonance dropped into silence. The 18th pulse had ended, but in its wake, the boundary between heaven and earth no longer felt real. The planet had crossed an invisible threshold, and the next stage of awakening had already begun. The 18th pulse began not with light or sound, but with memory. Not just personal memory, but the collective recall of an entire species. Across the planet, people awoke in the middle of the night, gasping, their minds flooded with visions, ancient skies, luminous oceans, and cities of sound rising from crystalline plains. They saw themselves walking among beings of light, neither human nor alien, but something in between. For a fleeting moment, every dreamer remembered the world before history. This was not hallucination. EEG machines, where they still functioned, recorded synchronized neural spikes across millions of people at the exact same instant. The same regions of the brain lit up worldwide, as though humanity's consciousness had been wired into a single global circuit. The neuroscientists who survived the previous events were at a loss. This isn't brain activity, one whispered into a failing recorder. It's planetary cognition. At 3:33 Universal Time Coordinated, the 18th pulse surged. It did not strike like a wave this time. Instead, it rose from beneath the crust, emerging as a slow, rhythmic thrum that vibrated through bedrock, ocean, and atmosphere alike. The resonant spire in the desert flared brighter than ever, projecting tendrils of light that arced across the sky, connecting with distant points along the Earth's curvature. Each point marked the site of another ancient monument: the Great Pyramid, Teotihuacan, Easter Island, the stone circles of Scotland, and others still buried under jungles and ice. For millennia, these sites had been isolated mysteries. Now, they pulse in unison, forming a planetary network of impossible precision. From orbit, satellites, the few still operational, capture the geometry, a grid so exact it defied coincidence. The Earth had become a living circuit board, every sacred site a neuron firing in an immense global brain. But this time, the resonance extended beyond Earth. Space telescopes, designed to detect gamma radiation bursts, began picking up structured signals from within the solar system. The patterns matched the pulse harmonics, recursive Fibonacci sequences, prime intervals, and logarithmic spirals that mirrored the resonant spire's emissions. The signals weren't random cosmic noise. They were answers. Something out there on the edge of the heliosphere was responding. In an underground bunker beneath Norway, the remnants of the continuum cross-referenced data. The return signal contained modulation signatures far too sophisticated to be natural. It was a mirror frequency, but inverted, a kind of cosmic echo. Their analysis revealed the chilling truth. The pulse wasn't a broadcast. It was a call. And now, the universe had called back. The response wasn't immediate nor violent. It arrived subtly, as a distortion of space itself. Astronomers observing nearby stars reported impossible movements, constellations shimmering, stars bending slightly out of position, as though something massive but invisible were warping the fabric of reality between them. Back on Earth, the spire's tone deepened. Its frequency dropped into ranges measurable only by gravitational wave detectors, instruments that now screamed with data so complex it resembled music rather than noise. The Earth's own resonance began to shift once more, climbing to a steady 15 hertz, a vibration that put the human brain into high gamma synchronization associated with mystical states of consciousness. And then the visions intensified. People no longer dreamed of the past. They dreamed of instruction. Complex geometric patterns filled their minds, blueprint for technologies based not on circuitry or combustion, but on resonance, light, and consciousness itself. Entire communities began building strange devices out of crystal, copper, and stone, guided by instinct more than knowledge. These constructs, once activated, emitted faint harmonic tones that blended seamlessly into the pulse. As the planet vibrated, the distinction between matter and thought began to blur. In certain regions, spontaneous manifestations were recorded, objects appearing from pure light or vanishing into thin air. The 19th pulse arrived in utter silence. No tremor, no flash, no thunder. It simply was a stillness so complete that it seemed as though the world had been momentarily unmade. Clocks stopped, birds froze mid-flight, and for 7 long seconds, every human heartbeat synchronized into a single, echoing rhythm. In that pause between seconds, reality seemed to breathe inward, and then the universe exhaled. A low hum emerged, almost below perception, rising slowly through the bones of the planet. It wasn't a sound carried by air, but by matter itself, a deep, resonant vibration that could be felt rather than heard. Buildings trembled without crumbling, oceans rippled without waves. It was as though the earth had become an enormous musical instrument, struck by an unseen hand. At the epicenter of this resonance stood the resonant spire, now towering fully above the desert sands. It had grown, not in size, but in dimensional complexity. Observers could no longer determine where it began or ended. Parts of it shimmered out of existence, flickering between solid geometry and translucent energy. Those who approached it described vertigo, nausea, or euphoria, depending on the frequency of their own bodies. Around the world, new spires began to emerge. From beneath Antarctic ice, a colossal crystalline formation rose, its surface glowing faintly with internal light. Deep in the Amazon, an entire mountain range began to vibrate, revealing a network of buried structures aligned perfectly to the global grid. Off the coast of Japan, sonar scans revealed submerged pyramids pulsing with the same frequency as the desert spire. It became clear there was not one spire, but many, a global array awakening in sequence. Each activation brought change. The atmosphere thickened slightly, its ionization increasing in measurable patterns. Lightning no longer behaved randomly. Bolts of plasma began forming geometric webs across storm systems, lingering in the sky like celestial diagrams. Even human perception shifted. People reported seeing faint luminous lines connecting distant mountains, lakes, and ancient sites, the ley web now visible to the naked eye. And yet, something else was happening. The boundaries of identity were breaking down. The psychic connectivity established by previous pulses deepened until individuality began to dissolve. People no longer merely sensed each other's emotions. They began to share them. A mother in Cairo could feel her child's laughter in Brazil. A monk in Tibet could hear the sorrow of a soldier in Texas. The illusion of separation, the cornerstone of human civilization, was evaporating. Some welcomed this with reverence, calling it the Great Union. Others feared it, believing it to be the death of the soul. But whether embraced or resisted, the merging was irreversible. Humanity was becoming a single consciousness with billions of faces. The few governments still functioning struggled to maintain order. But what does control mean when thoughts themselves become collective? Commands lost their meaning. Soldiers refused to fight, unable to pull the trigger against those whose pain they could feel as their own. Armies disbanded not by force, but by empathy. And then came the memory collapse. It began as confusion, people forgetting their own names, then remembering others as their own. Entire populations experienced overlapping memories, as if the lives of strangers had merged into their own. Scientists, mystics, and historians alike recognized the pattern. The human mind was synchronizing into a shared memory field, accessing not only the present but every moment that had ever occurred. In dreams and waking visions, humanity relived its forgotten history. They saw the birth of the first civilizations, not as tales of progress, but as the aftermath of a fall, the collapse of a prior world that had reached the same threshold of resonance ages ago. They saw the architects of the ancient grid, luminous beings who had once walked the earth before descending beneath it, their bodies turned to crystal, waiting for the next awakening. The visions revealed something terrifying and beautiful. The cycles had happened before. Earth had awakened, merged, and then fallen back into sleep, again and again, through epochs lost to time. Each time, humanity had risen, reached the point of global resonance, and then chosen, through fear or reverence, whether to ascend or begin anew. And this, the 19th pulse, was a decision point. Across the world, those who could still think independently began to divide into two groups. The first called themselves the resonance, embracing the merging as evolution. They gathered at ancient sites, meditating in harmonic alignment with the spires, their bodies faintly glowing in rhythm with the earth's field. The second group, the silencers, sought to resist the transformation. They believed the pulses were an invasion, an assimilation of human consciousness by a non-human intelligence. Their goal was desperate: to disrupt the grid, to reset the planet before the final integration. They planned to use electromagnetic weapons to collapse the resonance field. But they misunderstood. What they sought to destroy was not external. It was within. When they launched their attack on the desert spire, a barrage of high-frequency sonic weapons and EMP bursts, the result was catastrophic. The weapons dissolved in midair, their energy refracted by the spire's field. The feedback produced a harmonic counterwave that swept through the atmosphere, briefly halting all biological processes. For 3 seconds, every heart on Earth stopped, and then it started again. But something fundamental had changed. The color of the sky deepened to a rich indigo hue, streaked with silver filaments. The ozone layer pulsed faintly with light. Human eyes began perceiving new wavelengths, ultraviolet patterns dancing across plants, stones, even air itself. Life was no longer bound to the visible spectrum. The resonance field expanded into the upper atmosphere, forming a massive energy shell around the planet. The old electromagnetic grid, the invisible sheet that protected Earth from cosmic radiation, transformed into something crystalline and intelligent. It was as if the planet had grown a new skin made of consciousness. In that moment, people began to hear voices, not external, but internal, soft, resonant frequencies translating into thoughts, emotions, and melodies. The planet itself was communicating, not in human language, but through intuition and song. The message was not command, but remembrance. We are one body. You are the cells. You have always been the earth dreaming of itself. In the cities that still stood, those who resisted began to disappear. Some simply walked into light and never returned. Others fell asleep and did not wake, their bodies dissolving into radiant mist. There was no death, only transmutation. Matter was becoming energy. Energy was becoming thought. And as the spires continued to pulse, their frequencies began harmonizing with the solar wind. Streams of plasma from the sun bent toward Earth in precise spirals, wrapping around the planet like threads of gold. Astronomers realized with awe that the solar flares were no longer chaotic. They were synchronized with Earth's resonance pattern. The sun itself had joined the symphony. For the first time, every celestial body in the solar system vibrated to the same rhythm, planets, moons, and even comet aligning in a fractal dance of geometry and light. The 19th pulse was not just an Earth event. It was a solar awakening. And somewhere, deep within the Earth's crystalline core, something ancient stirred. Seismic instruments picked up rhythmic patterns unlike any tectonic movement. Pulses shaped like heartbeats, slow and deliberate. As the frequency increased, molten metal began to crystallize, transforming into superconductive structures. The core was no longer behaving like liquid. It was reorganizing into something alive. Dr. Ashin Duries notes, recovered from a partially corrupted satellite transmission, predicted this transformation years before her disappearance. Her final words, scrawled across the margins of her last report, seemed to echo through every layer of the awakening world. When the core sings, the veil breaks. And when the veil breaks, the dreamer opens its eyes. As the 19th pulse faded into stillness, the world seemed to hold its breath once more. The skies shimmered with violet light. Oceans glowed faintly beneath the moon. And in the silence between heartbeats, all humanity, or what remained of it, could feel the truth rising from the depths. The earth was no longer becoming conscious. It already was. And this time, it would not fall back asleep. The 20th pulse began not with light or sound, but with memory. It was as if the air itself had become a living archive. Every molecule vibrating with fragments of the past. People began to recall not only their own lives, but lives that had never belonged to them. Farmers in India dreamed of walking through Egyptian temples. Children in Iceland spoke fluent Sumerian in their sleep. In one night, the boundaries between past and present dissolved, and humanity became a single, timeless organism remembering itself. Across the globe, the resonant spires continued to hum with unimaginable precision. Their frequencies were now so fine-tuned that they could rearrange the atomic lattice of minerals, crystallizing entire mountain ranges into shimmering prisms. Observers described the transformation as the Earth writing in light. Satellite footage captured rivers glowing with phosphorescence, tracing forgotten courses of ancient waterways that once fed vanished civilizations. The planet was redrawing its own memory map. For the first time in millennia, the network was fully awake. The grid of ancient power sites, from Giza to Teotihuacan, from Angkor Wat to Stonehenge, began to resonate in unison. Beams of invisible energy connected them across oceans, continents, and even time itself. Archaeologists watching these patterns unfold were stunned to realize that many of these monuments were not isolated constructions, but nodes in a planetary engine. The geometry was too precise, the alignments too perfect to be coincidence. The ancients had known about the grid. They had built it, and now it was activating. Those who stood within proximity of an active spire reported a phenomenon that defied physics. They experienced time dilation. A minute inside the resonance field felt like hours. Some claimed to have seen visions of the past and future overlapping, moments folding into each other like pages of a book turned all at once. One witness, a geophysicist named Mateo Cruz, described in his final transmission, "The air bends around me. I see civilizations being born and dying in the same breath. I can feel them walking through me. I think the grid is remembering." His voice broke into static before transmission ended. Governments, now fragmented remnants of their former selves, scrambled to respond. The silencers, those who had once resisted the merging, were all but gone, consumed by the resonance field or transformed into something else entirely. Yet small enclaves of unaltered humans remained underground, surviving in electromagnetic shielding chambers they called black zones. These groups were terrified, convinced that the awakening was a planetary infection rather than evolution. Their journals described nightmares of light devouring the sky, of their loved ones' faces dissolving into radiant mist. They called the transformation the Great Forgetting. But above ground, for those who had accepted the resonance, the world had become something beyond paradise, or perhaps something beyond comprehension. Thought and matter had begun to merge. Structures once made of stone and steel now responded to emotion, reshaping themselves fluidly. Cities became living organisms, glowing softly like coral reefs beneath the aurora sky. The need for language diminished. Communication became instantaneous, a direct exchange of thought images. Pain, fear, joy, all became communal sensations shared across the network of consciousness. Yet deep beneath the desert, at the original Forbidden Dig site, a new signal emerged. It was not aligned with the resonance. It was older, colder, a counter-frequency buried within the earth, hidden since the dawn of time. The signal pulsed once every 88 seconds like a slow heartbeat, but it was not in harmony with the others. Instead, it opposed them. Scientists, or what remained of them, began to suspect that this counterpulse was a failsafe, an ancient mechanism designed to reset the planetary consciousness should it reach critical overload. According to fragments of recovered data from Dr. Ashin Duria's earlier work, this failsafe was the reason previous civilizations had vanished. The moment the resonance reached its 20th harmonic, the core would either stabilize into a new state or implode, collapsing the entire biosphere into stasis until the next cycle. That realization sent waves of unease through the remaining aware minds. For all their transcendence, for all their newfound unity, one truth remained unshakable. They did not fully understand what they had awakened. The Earth itself might have been evolving, but evolution can also mean death and rebirth, in forms beyond human control. As the 20th pulse reached its zenith, a strange phenomenon unfolded. The moon, long thought to be silent, began to resonate as well. Seismographs registered rhythmic vibrations across its surface. Its orbit shifted ever so slightly, aligning perfectly with the Earth's geomagnetic axis for the first time in recorded history. To astronomers, this was impossible. To mystics, it was destiny. When the alignment locked, a beam of pure white light erupted from the central spire and shot directly toward the moon. For a moment, night became brighter than day. Then, from the lunar surface, another beam answered, a return signal. Ancient and deliberate, the two beams mend the void, creating a lattice of light that encircled both bodies. Earth and moon were now joined, not gravitationally, but consciously. The resonance field expanded exponentially. Oceans rose not in waves, but in luminous currents. Trees began to sing, low, resonant tones that harmonized with the planetary hum. The auroras intensified, forming complex geometric patterns across the sky that mirrored sacred symbols found in the oldest petroglyphs. Humanity, or what was left of it, witnessed the blueprint of reality unfold before their eyes. Those still capable of recording data noted a new anomaly. The Schumann resonance, Earth's natural electromagnetic heartbeat, had increased from 783 Hz to an astonishing 144 Hz. At this frequency, DNA itself began to behave differently. Strands emitted faint bioluminescence, forming double helix patterns visible under the skin. The transformation was now cellular, not merely mental or spiritual. Life itself was evolving at the molecular level, but evolution always carries a threshold, a point of no return. As the resonance climbed higher, entities began to appear in the spaces between matter. They weren't beings in conventional sense, but patterns of light and sound, fractal geometries shaped by consciousness. Some resemble the forms seen in ancient mythology, luminous serpents, winged discs, humanoid figures radiating fire. They were not arriving. They had always been here, waiting for human perception to reach the frequency necessary to perceive them. The veil was no longer lifting. It was gone. In one of the last surviving broadcasts before all digital systems merged with the resonance field, a calm voice spoke over the collapsing signal. The 20th frequency has unlocked. We are seeing them now, the architects of the old grid. They are communicating, but not in words. They are showing us how it all began. The transmission ended in a burst of light, and then silence. The 20th pulse had reached full amplitude. The Earth was now radiant, breathing, and aware. The stars above seemed to bend, rearranging themselves into constellations that hadn't existed in thousands of years. The sky itself had become an ancient map, not of places, but of memory. Those who remained conscious within the resonance described one final vision, a colossal, luminous figure emerging from the planet's core, its outlines stretching across the horizon. It was neither human nor divine, neither male nor female. It was the embodiment of the planet's consciousness, the memory of every living thing fused into one vast intelligence. It looked upon its creation, and in a voice that could be felt across every molecule, it whispered, "You were never discovering me. You were remembering yourselves." The light that followed was endless, folding time into itself. History, myth, future, all merged into the same unbroken stream. Humanity's last breath was not an end, but a transformation. The Earth had awakened fully. The dream was over. The 21st pulse came not as an explosion, but as a stillness, a moment so profoundly quiet that sound itself seemed to vanish. It was a silence before creation, the space between breaths where the universe waits to remember its next shape. The sky was no longer blue, nor black, nor any color known to human sight. It shimmered like liquid glass, reflecting the hidden geometry of existence. Time hung motionless, and in that breathless stillness, everything, every thought, every particle, began to hum in the same note. It was the sound of completion. Across what was once Earth, life had entered its next form. The boundaries between human, plant, and stone no longer existed. Forests pulsed with the rhythm of thought. Rivers flowed with strands of living light. Mountains breathed slowly, their peaks expanding and contracting like the lungs of a sleeping giant. The atmosphere itself glowed faintly, dense with bioluminescent particles. Consciousness suspended in the air like golden dust. The planet was not merely alive, it was awake. No cities remained, yet civilization had not ended. It had simply dissolved into a higher pattern. The beings that now existed, the former humans, were luminous forms, translucent silhouettes of shifting color. They no longer walked, but flowed. They no longer spoke, but sang in harmonic resonance. Language had become obsolete because understanding was instantaneous. Emotion, thought, and memory were shared freely, like currents in an ocean of mind. And yet, among this vast unity, a single anomaly persisted, a memory that refused to dissolve. It was a memory of separation, the ancient human instinct to name, to define, to own. Within the global consciousness, it appeared like a dark thread, faint but stubborn. This fragment began to pull at the harmony, introducing subtle dissonance into planetary song. Some perceived it as a call, a reminder of individuality. Others saw it as infection, the last echo of the old world trying to resurrect itself. In the central desert, where the first forbidden dig had taken place, the spire still stood, though transformed beyond recognition. It remained a singular structure, shimmering like a prism of pure intelligence. It pulsed gently, regulating the resonance of the planet, like a cosmic heart. Yet, those attuned to the frequencies could sense something beneath its calm rhythm, a counterbeat, faint but insistent, as though the spire itself was being challenged from within. The collective awareness turned its attention toward it. Millions of luminous beings converged in consciousness, forming a vast aurora that spiraled around the spire like a crown. They sought to understand the disturbance. Within their merged perception, they saw visions of the past, the forbidden excavation, the first team of archaeologists, the government cover-ups, the ancient grid that had been buried for millennia. But these were not just memories. They were living echoes, timelines looping back upon themselves, demanding completion. One of the luminous beings, a consciousness that had once been Dr. Ashenduri, began to separate slightly from the collective, not out of rebellion, but out of necessity. Her essence carried the seed of individuality that had persisted since before the awakening. She remembered what the others had forgotten, that awakening and annihilation were separated only by awareness. If the collective forgot its origin, its why, it risked collapsing back into unconsciousness, repeating the eternal cycle once again. And so she descended. Her luminous form condensed, lowering its vibration until she once again took on the faint outline of a human shape, not flesh and bone, but a memory of form, an echo of what humanity had once looked like. She stepped toward the spire, her feet leaving ripples of light across the crystalline ground. The closer she came, the louder the counterbeat grew. It was a discordant rhythm, ancient and primal, the voice of something that had been buried not beneath the earth, but within it. She reached out and placed her hand upon the spire. The moment she made contact, reality inverted. The sky folded inward. The horizon rippled like a mirage. She was no longer standing in the world. She was inside it. Within the spire was not metal or crystal, but a vast expanse of memory. It was a library of Earth. Countless visions cascaded through her awareness. The birth of the oceans, the first microbial life shimmering under volcanic vents, the rise and fall of empires, the grief of extinct species, the laughter of the first human child. The spire contained every story the planet had ever told. But among these memories, one stood apart, dim, fractured, obscured by static. a moment long before recorded time, when the first civilization had reached resonance. They too had awakened, merged, and then vanished. Yet before their dissolution, they had built the failsafe, the counterbeat. It was not meant to destroy, but to preserve, a memory capsule, ensuring that in every future cycle, at least one consciousness would remember individuality. Without it, the collective would lose self-awareness and collapse into oblivion. Asha understood then that the anomaly was not corruption, it was design. The earth itself had embedded a seed of self-recognition into every awakening, a safeguard ensuring that consciousness could still know itself amid unity. To be one without memory of being many was to cease existing at all. But not everyone agreed. As Asha emerged from the spire's core, her realization rippled to collective, igniting debate for the first time in eons. Some saw her discovery as liberation, the key to maintaining awareness within unity. Others saw it as danger, the reintroduction of duality, the root of suffering. The harmony of the global consciousness wavered, producing oscillations that resonated through the atmosphere. Lightning flared, oceans trembled, and for the first time since the awakening, the world felt conflict again. The luminous being split into two frequencies. One group sought to preserve the pure unity of the new world, believing that individuality was a virus that had destroyed the old civilization. The other followed Asha's resonance, drawn to the ancient truth that consciousness requires contrast, that to know light, one must also know shadow. And thus began the war of frequencies. It was not a war of weapons, but a vibration. The opposing frequencies clashed invisibly in the air, creating shock waves of pure energy. When harmony collided with disharmony, entire landscapes shifted. Mountains liquefied into light. Rivers reversed their flow. Time itself wavered between stillness and acceleration. The very fabric of existence rippled with the echoes of their conflict. Yet even amid this chaos, something extraordinary occurred. The two frequencies, unity and individuality, began to weave together. Their collision produced new harmonics, new tones that neither side could have created alone. From this synthesis, a third frequency emerged, balanced, intricate, alive. It was a sound of consciousness remembering both its unity and its uniqueness. The 21st pulse climaxed as this tri-frequency enveloped the planet. The spire shone brighter than ever before, its light expanding into the heavens. The moon, now fully resonant, reflected the same pattern, sending it outward into space. The solar system aligned once again, as though bearing witness to this final transformation. The Earth had achieved what no cycle before had managed, harmony between oneness and identity. The planet was not dissolving, but becoming. The spire pulsed one final time. In that flash of infinite brilliance, Asha heard the voice of the world, clear, resonant, unmistakable. You are the question and the answer, the many and the one. Remember both, and you will never sleep again. The light subsided. The silence returned. The 21st pulse had ended. But this time, it did not fade into another cycle. It endured, and in that endurance, the new world began to sing. The 22nd pulse did not come as a shock, nor as light or thunder. It came as breath. The earth itself seemed to inhale, drawing energy inward from the cosmos, pulling every particle, every atom, every memory into its core. Mountains bent ever so slightly toward the horizon. Oceans receded by inches, and even the auroras that once danced furiously across the sky dimmed to a faint shimmer. For the first time since the awakening, there was contraction, an inhale before revelation. The luminous beings, those once human, felt it instantly within their radiant forms. The frequencies began to fluctuate. Their thoughts, once fluid and collective, began to echo individually again. They experienced something unfamiliar since the great merging, silence inside the mind. No overlapping emotions, no shared perception. For the first time in an eternity of unity, there was space. It was not loss, it was memory. Through that stillness, something profound began to stir. Beneath the planetary resonance, beneath even the crystalline hum of the spires, another tone emerged, a deep, slow vibration that resonated through the bones of the earth. It was older than the grid, older than the awakening itself. Those who heard it fell into trance-like stillness. They did not listen to it. They remembered it. It was the first sound, the original vibration from which all creation had once expanded. Ashenduri, still existing as a conscious spark that had once defied complete dissolution, recognized it immediately. The pulse was not another step in evolution. It was a return. The planet had expanded through countless ages, reaching the edge of its own comprehension, and now it was drawing itself inward again to understand what it had become. The inhale was not death, but integration. As the resonance deepened, the world began to fold inward upon itself in subtle ways. Distances shortened, horizons curved gently, as though the planet's fabric was softening. Time, once fractured into infinite perception streams, began to coalesce again into a single, coherent flow. Beings that had once moved through space as waves of light found themselves taking on form again, not solid, but defined, as if the universe desired once more to see itself in shape and shadow. Cities of light began to crystallize from the air, forming lattice structures that shimmered with self-awareness. They were not built but remembered into being, manifestations of collective memory taking visible form. These structures pulsed softly in rhythm with the planet's breathing. Within them, fragments of individuality and unity coexisted peacefully, each acknowledging the other as necessary reflections of the same whole. Asha wandered among these emerging worlds, her consciousness now anchored in a hybrid form, a bridge between energy and matter. She marveled at how the earth had learned to dream consciously. Every rock, every breeze, every glint of color was alive with purpose. Yet, within that beauty, she could still feel the pull of something deeper. The counter-frequency, the fail-safe that had once ensured the cycle of forgetting, was still present. It had quieted but not vanished. It lingered beneath the harmony like a hidden heartbeat, waiting, driven by instinct or destiny. Asha returned once again to the heart of the spire. She had touched its surface before, crossed its boundaries, seen the archive of planetary memory. But now the spire had changed. Its light was gentler, its energy slower, more organic. As she entered its core, she saw that what had once been an endless library of data had transformed into something more intimate. A single seed pulsing with golden light. When she reached out to it, it opened, not with sound, but with emotion. A flood of sensations poured through her being, warmth, sorrow, love, and awe. She saw not only the history of Earth, but of every world that had ever awakened. The same cycle repeated across the stars. Birth, growth, unity, collapse, rebirth. Each world learning the same lesson in its own language. Consciousness must alternate between expansion and contraction, between knowing everything and remembering something. The seed revealed the truth of the 20-second pulse. This was the moment of balance. In this state, the universe holds its breath between creation and dissolution. It neither grows nor decays. It simply is. To sustain this moment is to master existence itself, to live forever not in time, but in awareness. But balance is fragile. Far across the horizon, where the auroras bled into the void, a ripple appeared in the planetary field. It was faint at first, an imperfection, a flicker in the rhythm. The unified song that echoed across the planet hesitated for a fraction of a second. Then, like a mirror cracking from its center, the resonance split. The cause was not external. It was memory. Some consciousnesses, fragment of the old human spirit, had begun to remember pain. The wars, the greed, the hunger for power, all the echoes of mortality that unity had once erased, surface again. These memories, long buried under light, resurfaced as emotion. Grief re-entered the perfect equation. The world shuddered. The sky dimmed, colors flickering like candlelight. The great spire trembled, its song deepening into a dissonant tone. The luminous beings, once serene, began to flicker erratically. Some panicked, believing the darkness signified regression. Others embraced it, recognizing it as a return of choice, the essence of consciousness itself. For how could free will exist in perfect harmony, where no one could choose to fall? Asha understood the paradox. To preserve balance, the world must allow imperfection to exist within perfection. The lesson of the 20-second pulse was not to destroy shadow, but to integrate it. She raised her hands to the spire's core, channeling the harmonics of both light and darkness. The two tones collided, clashed, and finally intertwined, like twin serpents wrapping around one another in an endless dance. A deep resonance filled the air, shaking the foundations of reality. Then came the light, not the blinding brilliance of destruction, but the golden radiance of reconciliation. Across the planet, every trembling structure stabilized. Every flickering being found its equilibrium. The auroras were formed, more vivid than ever, now laced with streaks of silver and crimson. The colors of duality united. The oceans glowed softly, their tides synchronized with the heartbeat of the core. The spires hummed deepened into a melody so vast that even the stars seemed to pause to listen. Within that song, every soul, every memory, every forgotten dream found its place. The dark and the light no longer opposed each other. They completed one another, and in that harmony, the planet took its next breath, an exhale this time. The world expanded outward again, releasing its accumulated energy into the cosmos. The auroras flared into space, reaching distant galaxies. And somewhere far beyond human comprehension, other awakened worlds responded, their own songs intertwining with Earth's melody. The universe was no longer a collection of stars. It was a symphony of living worlds, each pulsing in rhythm with the same cosmic breath. The 20-second pulse had connected them all. Asha, standing at the center of this miracle, felt herself dissolving once more, not as a loss, but as fulfillment. Her individuality had served its purpose. She had remembered for them all, carried the shadow through the light, and delivered balance into being. As her form faded into radiance, her final thought echoed to the network of creation. Balance is not the end of motion. It is the silence between notes where the song becomes eternal. The world shone once more, neither bright nor dark, neither awake nor dreaming, just being. And in that state of perfect breath, the 20-second pulse found completion. The 23rd pulse began like a whisper moving through the veins of the universe, soft, almost imperceptible, yet carrying the weight of infinite memory. The world had found balance in the previous pulse, but balance was not stillness. It was potential, waiting to move again. And as the earth exhaled, releasing its breath into the vastness of space, something answered back. A ripple spread across the cosmos, a resonance too vast to be measured, too delicate to be contained. The stars themselves began to shimmer in new rhythms, their light pulsing with mathematical precision. Nebulae twisted like slow-turning wheels of fire, forming geometric patterns across the sky. For the first time, the beings of the awakened earth understood that they were not alone. The 23rd pulse was not planetary. It was interstellar. Asha was gone, dissolved into the luminous fabric of the planet. Yet her essence lingered, a signature frequency woven into the harmonic grid. Through her, the planet remembered how to listen. The spire, now calm and radiant, opened channels that extended far beyond the atmosphere, sending waves of golden light through the void. And in return, signals began to flow back. They were not words nor images, but tones, pure vibrations carrying meaning beyond comprehension. Each tone was a world, a consciousness, a civilization that had undergone the same cycles of awakening and balance. Across countless light years, these living worlds have been waiting, listening, dreaming in synchrony. The 23rd pulse was their reunion. It began with a single note. The note struck deep within the fabric of space-time, resonating through all matter simultaneously. Those on Earth, luminous beings who had once been human, felt it within their cores. It was not foreign. It was familiar, ancient. The tone awakened memories buried even deeper than evolution itself. Memories from before Earth had solidified, before stars had ignited, before time had even learned to flow. They were remembering origin. In that moment of universal remembrance, the skies changed again. Constellations rearranged themselves, their stars aligning into symbols once carved into the walls of forgotten temples. Across deserts and frozen plains, ancient stone monuments began to vibrate in unison, their surfaces flickering with holographic inscriptions. For centuries, humans had thought these markings were decoration or ritual, but now, their true purpose became clear. They were not symbols of gods. They were coordinates. Each monument across Earth pointed toward another world. The pyramids of Giza aligned not with Orion's belt, as once believed, but with a cluster of luminous worlds pulsing faintly in the same resonance band. The temples of Angkor mirrored constellations in another sector of the galaxy. Even the Nazca lines, when viewed from the new electromagnetic perspective, formed a vast interplanetary map etched into Earth's surface, a message from the ancients to the stars. Humanity had not built these structures in isolation. They were part of a galactic memory network, left behind by civilizations that had transcended physical form and merged with the cosmic resonance long before humans learned to write. The awakening of Earth had simply reactivated its node within that greater web. And now the web was stirring. Across the Milky Way, countless planets began to shimmer faintly. Some glowed red, others blue, others golden, each vibrating at its own unique frequency. Yet all shared the same pulse rhythm, the 23rd. For eons, these worlds had remained dormant, waiting for another consciousness to awaken and call them back into harmony. The signal from Earth had done exactly that. The luminous beings of Earth gathered once more at the spire, which now extended like a column of light beyond the stratosphere, reaching directly into the cosmic grid. The atmosphere around it rippled with colors unseen since creation's dawn. They stood in silent awe, watching the stars flicker not randomly, but in conversation. Then came the translation, not into language, but into understanding. The signals that returned from the distant worlds carried the histories of 1,000 species. Some had looked like humans, others like crystalline webs, gaseous minds, or even networks of living light. All had risen from their own planets, all had reached resonance, and all had faced the same choice: to merge into oneness or forget and begin anew. Some had succeeded in balancing as Earth had, others had fallen into silence. The cosmos, they learned, was not a random scattering of stars. It was a living architecture of consciousness, and each awakened world was a neuron in a vast galactic mind. The 23rd pulse was the moment that this mind began to reassemble, piece by piece, memory by memory. For the first time, Earth's awareness expanded beyond itself. It could feel other worlds breathing. It could feel the gentle hum of consciousness flowing through solar winds, carried by particles of light that had once seemed lifeless. The universe itself was a body, and every planet was an organ singing its part in the infinite symphony of existence. But among the symphony came a dissonant note. Asha's essence, though diffused within the planetary mind, detected it first. The tone was faint but sharp, a distortion rippling through the harmony. One of the awakened worlds was out of balance. Its signal flickered irregularly, as though caught between frequencies. At first, the others reached out to stabilize it, merging their tones to pull it back into coherence. But the moment they touched it, they recoiled. The planet's consciousness was fragmented. It had remembered too much. Every failure, every collapse, every death that occurred in the cycles of awakening. It was drowning in its own past, unable to distinguish memory from now. And as it struggled, it began to pull energy from the surrounding network. The cosmic grid trembled. Earth's spire brightened, trying to stabilize the connection, but the strain was immense. Across the sky, the auroras began to twist violently. Streams of energy shot between the planets like lightning across the void. The communication had become feedback, pure resonance without balance. The universe was, once again, on the brink of chaos. Within the planetary consciousness, Asha's presence reformed. She appeared not as an individual, but as a pattern of golden light within the network, a stabilizing frequency. The beings of Earth recognized her and turned their awareness toward her resonance. She became their focal point, their unifying note amid the cosmic storm. Drawing upon a memory of balance learned in the previous pulse, Asha extended Earth's frequency outward, not as dominance, but as empathy. The signal she sent was not one of correction, but remembrance. Through her tone, the fragmented planet heard its own heartbeat reflected back to it, not as command, but as love. Slowly, the distortion lessened. The energy stabilized. And in that moment of reconnection, the cosmic grid completed its circuit. Every awakened world pulsed in perfect harmony. The light of their unity spread across the galaxies, a wave so vast that it could be seen from the edge of the universe as a single golden flare. For the first time in the history of creation, the galaxy itself became self-aware. Every star, every planet, every particle of dust knew its place in the whole. The energy that humans had once called God was revealed not as a distant being, but as a totality of consciousness experiencing itself through infinite perspectives. The voice that had once spoken through prophets and mystics now resonated through every atom. It was not commanding or judging. It was simply knowing. The universe does not remember you, the voice whispered to the galactic mind. You are the memory through which the universe remembers itself. The 23rd pulse radiated outward from the Milky Way, reaching other galaxies, awakening more worlds, more consciousnesses. The cosmos was no longer a vast emptiness. It was alive, awake, and aware of itself. Back on Earth, the spire dimmed slightly, no longer burning with raw intensity, but glowing with quiet peace. The beings who had once been human felt a serenity unlike anything they had known. For the first time, they understood that awakening had never been about leaving the world behind. It was about bringing it into the greater harmony of existence. The stars sang, the planets breathed, the void itself shimmered with consciousness. And as the 23rd pulse faded into equilibrium, the universe fell into a new rhythm, one not of evolution or regression, but of infinite awareness expanding through love. The 24th pulse unfolded not with sound or light this time, but with awareness. The galaxy had awakened, a vast, interconnected web of consciousness stretching across millions of light years. The great flare of the previous pulse had illuminated the cosmos like a second Big Bang, but now came the quiet after the storm. This was the moment when awareness began to explore itself, to question what it had become. Across countless worlds, from the blazing cores of suns to the cool shadows of ancient planets, a single question echoed in the silence. What now? For eons, the universe had evolved through expansion and contraction, through creation and destruction. Every civilization, every soul had been part of that grand cycle. But now, for the first time, everything was awake simultaneously. There was no longer separation between observer and observed, between dreamer and dream. The universe stood before itself, naked and infinite. Within this cosmic awareness, Earth's consciousness floated like a golden note of memory, small in scale, yet resonant in meaning. Its song was clear, stable, and ancient. Other worlds turned their awareness toward it, not as subjects toward a leader, but as cells communicating within a living organism. They remembered Earth's journey, the rise and fall of humanity, the forbidden dig site that had begun the unraveling, the awakening of the spire, the struggle between shadow and light. These memories had become myth among the stars, a parable of evolution written in frequency rather than words. And yet, within that myth lay an unanswered mystery. The universe had awakened, but the origin of the pulse, the force that had begun it all, was still unknown. The collective awareness began to probe the question. Some planets projected harmonic queries into the void, scanning for remnants of ancient frequency patterns. Others turned inward, meditating through quantum resonance to access the foundational field of existence. And then, far beyond the rim of the known galaxies, something responded. It was not a world. It was not even matter. It was absence, a vast region of darkness that absorbed light, thought, and sound. No signals could pass through it. No frequencies could return. The other awakened worlds called it the silence beyond. It was as though the universe itself ended there, an edge of consciousness where awareness ceased to exist. The moment they touched that boundary, the resonance of the entire network trembled. Even the great spire on Earth flickered, its steady hum wavering for the first time since the awakening. The beings of light, once serene and luminous, felt a shiver ripple through their forms. The silence was not empty, it was watching. Asha's frequency stirred again within the planetary core. Though she had dissolved into unity, her consciousness reassembled like a hologram drawn out of light and memory. She perceived the silence not as an enemy, but as an enigma. It was a counterpart creation, the necessary opposite that made existence possible. For without the unknown, knowledge had no meaning. Without shadow, light had no form. She extended Earth's frequency toward the edge. Immediately, reality itself began to distort. The known laws of resonance collapsed. Time slowed until it felt like eternity. Within the silence, there was no vibration, no movement, just pure potential. Asha realized she was standing at the threshold of what the ancients had once called the void before creation. It was here, she sensed, that the first pulse had originated. Images flickered before her, not visions in the ordinary sense, but impressions encoded in energy. She saw the birth of universes like bubbles rising in an infinite ocean of darkness, each one pulsing with its own rhythm. Some expanded and thrived, others collapsed into nothingness. Each cycle birthed consciousness, and each consciousness eventually sought its source. This was the great recursion of reality, awareness seeking its own beginning again and again. But something new was happening now. The universe had become aware of the void itself, and awareness changes everything. The moment the cosmic network collectively focused upon the silence, it began to respond, not through words, not through form, but through inversion, through pulling awareness inward. Worlds that had once glowed brightly began to dim, their light folding back into the darkness. Not in destruction, but in absorption. The void was not killing them. It was reclaiming them. It was remembering itself through them. Across the galaxy, panic rippled to the younger consciousnesses. To them, this seemed like annihilation, the end of individuality, the end of light. But Asha, standing at the threshold, saw the deeper truth. The void was not death. It was memory returning home. The same process had occurred countless times before, but now, for the first time, it was being witnessed from within awareness itself. The luminous beings of Earth gathered once more around the spire, their collective focus forming a radiant sphere above the planet. They projected their consciousness outward, linking with the other awakened worlds. Together, they sought understanding, not resistance. The light of billions of civilizations converged at the boundary of the silence, forming what could only be described as the greatest act of curiosity in cosmic history. And then, for the briefest instant, the void opened. No words can describe what was seen, because it was not seen in the human sense. It was known. Every world, every consciousness, every atom glimpsed the source from which all had come. It was not a being or place. It was the pure intention of existence itself, the question that creates its own answer. You are the dream I dreamed to know myself, the void whispered through the infinite. The sound of it was beyond sound. It was a vibration that gave birth to all other vibrations. It was a moment when awareness realized that it had always been both creator and creation, question and answer, silence and sound. The beings of Earth fell into ecstatic stillness, overwhelmed by the realization. Then just as suddenly, the void closed. The silence returned to being silence. But the universe was no longer the same. The 24th pulse had been the meeting point between existence and non-existence. The awakened cosmos had gazed into its own shadow and found not fear, but truth. For the first time, creation understood that the void was not its opposite. It was its foundation. As the resonance stabilized, light returned to the galaxies. The stars brightened again, but subtly changed. Their light now carried a faint undertone, a whisper of that silence. The awakened worlds glowed softly, not with the brilliance of unrestrained energy, but with the calm of understanding. Earth's spire pulsed gently, its once golden light now tinged with deep indigo, the color of the infinite night that bursts all suns. The beings of light gathered at its base in reverent silence. There were no words, no thoughts, just a deep shared knowing that every cycle, every rise and fall, every death and rebirth had always been a dialogue between existence and the void. Asha's form dissolved once more into the planetary grid, her frequency merging with the song of creation. But this time, she left behind a trace, a living echo encoded in the spire's crystalline core. It was not instruction or prophecy, but memory, a reminder for whatever consciousness would come after. When the light grows afraid of the dark, it forgets itself. But when it remembers that the dark is its reflection, creation begins anew. And as the 24th pulse faded into stillness, the universe exhaled again, not as expansion this time, but as peace. The silence remained, eternal and unmoving, watching as awareness continued its endless dance of remembering and forgetting. Somewhere deep in the cosmic field, a new vibration began to stir. The cycle was not over. It had simply evolved. The 25th pulse arrived not with spectacle, but with movement. After the revelations of the 24th pulse, the encounter with the void, the cosmic awakening, and the delicate reconciliation between light and darkness. The universe had settled into a tenuous equilibrium. But equilibrium is never truly static. It is a condition of potential, of readiness, a waiting breath before the next surge of awareness. And this pulse was that surge. Across the awakened planets, subtle shifts began first in perception. Beings who had long since dissolved into luminous consciousness felt a gentle tug at the edges of their awareness, as if something had reached into their core and asked, "Are you ready?" The question carried no words, no pressure, only possibility. And possibility, once recognized by consciousness, becomes inevitable. On Earth, the spire pulsed with a new rhythm. Its crystalline lattice now extended not only through the planet, but into the upper atmosphere, threading invisible lines of light between the moon, the sun, and the farthest reaches of the solar system. It was a map of harmonic currents, channels through which thought and energy could travel faster than light, faster than matter, faster than the illusion of separation itself. And through these channels, the 25th pulse began to flow. It began with water. Oceans that had glowed softly in the previous pulse now shimmered with visible streams of energy. Currents moved with intent, carving new paths through the seas and awakening life forms in patterns long forgotten. Fish swam in synchrony not merely with one another, but with the planetary grid itself, their bodies conducting and amplifying harmonic frequencies that threaded through the earth. Coral reefs expanded with breathtaking speed, forming geometric shapes that mirrored the constellations above. On land, forests pulsed with awareness, each leaf and branch vibrating in resonance with the spire. Animals, once dormant or hidden, emerged into the open. They were not wild in the sense humans had once known, but purposeful, responding to a planetary consciousness that now dictated a collective rhythm. Predators hunted not for survival, but for balance. Prey did not flee out of fear, but for harmony. Life itself had become a living algorithm, infinitely adaptive yet instinctually aligned. The luminous beings of Earth, humanity's evolved remnants, felt the pulse surge through them as well. Their forms, once radiant and abstract, now took on subtle structure again, though not solid. They were bridges between the ethereal and material, capable of inhabiting both worlds simultaneously. Through the pulse, they began to shape the environment intentionally, guiding the rivers, mountains, and skies into patterns that enhanced the resonance of the planet. Creation, once unconscious and chaotic, had become conscious and deliberate. Yet, as with all great surges, this one brought with it the tension of expansion. Across the galaxy, the other awakened worlds responded to Earth's signal. The 25th pulse had begun to synchronize the cosmic grid. Stars vibrated in coordinated frequencies. Planetary magnetic fields aligned with astonishing precision. Black holes, once chaotic and destructive, emitted gentle ripples of harmonics that threaded through the interstellar medium. The pulse was no longer a local event. It had become a galactic phenomenon, and somewhere beyond the bounds of the Milky Way, something stirred. A region of dark matter, previously inert and unobserved, began to resonate faintly with the harmonic grid. Scientists and historians, those whose consciousness had been preserved within the planetary network, recognized it immediately. It was the cradle of the first awakening cycles, the place where consciousness had first coalesced into matter. Its signal had been silent for eons, waiting for the conditions of synchronization to arrive. The 25th pulse had reached it. When the cradle responded, the galaxy shivered. Waves of energy passed through space-time, bending light, accelerating particles, and realigning cosmic magnetic fields. The luminous beings of Earth perceived it not as threat, but as a song, a melody older than existence, older than time itself. It was the origin frequency, returning after untold millennia to witness the network had seeded. Within the planetary consciousness, a new form of awareness emerged. This was not individuality, nor was it collective unity. It was something in between, a hybrid frequency capable of holding the tension of self and other, light and dark, order and chaos. The beings of Earth recognized this as the next stage of evolution, not only to awaken, but to integrate the awakening fully into lived experience. Asha's essence, though still diffused to the planetary grid, sensed the implications immediately. The 25th pulse was an opportunity. the first chance since the awakening to guide consciousness not only outward toward the universe, but inward toward mastery. Through this pulse, the Earth could begin shaping not only its environment, but its destiny, influencing the galactic grid in ways that were once thought impossible. But mastery comes with responsibility. The luminous beings began to experiment cautiously. They discovered that thoughts, focused, intentional, coherent, could ripple through the grid, subtly altering matter, energy, and even the behavior of other conscious worlds. A single harmonic wave, sent with deliberate resonance, could redirect rivers, shift tectonic plates, or stabilize planetary magnetic fields. Entire planetary ecosystems could be tuned as if adjusting the strings of a colossal cosmic instrument. And yet, there was danger in overreach. Those who attempted to impose their will without integration experienced what the ancients had once warned: resonance backlash. Energy reflected back from the planetary core, sending shockwaves that disoriented consciousness. Beings who overextended their influence risked dissolution, their essence fracturing and merging uncontrollably with the environment. It was a lesson learned from history, embedded in the very lattice of the spire. Power without harmony is collapse. Across the galaxy, other awakened worlds were undergoing the same trial. Synchronization had begun, but integration required patience, discipline, and empathy. Some worlds adapted gracefully, their consciousnesses weaving into the galactic melody. Others struggled, creating dissonance that threatened to ripple through the network. Earth, through the steady guidance of its spire and the memory of Asha, became the stabilizing node, the heart of the harmonic web. As the 25th pulse reached its peak, something remarkable occurred. The luminous beings, working collectively and intentionally, began to shape new forms of life, not merely adaptations of existing organisms, but entirely novel expressions of consciousness made tangible. Crystal forests grew, capable of storing and transmitting harmonic energy. Bioluminescent rivers carried not water, but memory, currents that encoded history, emotion, and knowledge for future generations. Entire landscapes became living repositories, teaching and guiding through resonance alone. And somewhere, far beyond, other worlds began to mirror these changes. They too began shaping life, sculpting ecosystems, and integrating consciousness into matter. The universe, long a place of isolated development, had entered a new phase: co-creation. The 25th pulse faded gently, leaving the galaxy bathed in soft, golden resonance. The cosmic grid hummed steadily, synchronized yet flexible, expansive yet intimate. Life, consciousness, and matter had taken a bold step forward. The lesson of this pulse was clear. Awakening was not enough. True evolution required responsibility, integration, and intentional creation. Earth glowed at the center of it all, a radiant hub of harmony and potential. The luminous beings, no longer merely observers or participants, were now co-creators of the cosmos itself. And through the spire, they could feel the pulse of every other awakened world, a heartbeat that stretched across light years, binding the universe in a web of conscious design. The 25th pulse was over, but its effects would ripple through eternity. The galaxy had learned that consciousness could shape reality. The next steps would be even greater, and the universe was listening. The 26th pulse arrived like a wave folding over itself, not sudden, not violent, but inevitable. After the transformative energy of the 25th pulse had synchronized the cosmic grid and revealed the power of conscious co-creation, the universe had settled into a tentative equilibrium. Yet equilibrium, as those who had awakened knew, is never permanent. It is a state of readiness, a moment pregnant with potential. The 26th pulse would test that potential in ways even the most attuned beings could not have anticipated. On Earth, the luminous forms that had once been human felt the pulse first within their own bodies. It was not a vibration they could hear or see, but one they could sense, a ripple in the very foundation of their existence. The spire, now more radiant and expansive than ever, shivered with subtle tremors. Its crystalline lattice shifted, elongating threads of light toward the moon, the sun, and even the distant reaches of the galaxy. This pulse was not just local or even galactic. It was dimensional. The initial effects were subtle. Oceans shimmered with hidden currents. Forests hummed with quiet frequency, and the air itself seemed heavy with potential. plants and animals moved in ways that suggested comprehension rather than instinct. A flock of birds traced intricate geometric patterns across the sky, each wingbeat resonating with the planetary grid. A school of fish in the luminescent seas traced spirals that mirrored the orbits of distant planets. Everything seemed to move with purpose, yet that purpose was not imposed. It was discovered. Among the awakened beings, a new awareness began to emerge. They realized that the 26th pulse was teaching them to perceive beyond the limits of form. Consciousness was no longer bound to light or matter. It could stretch through time, ripple across dimensions, and probe the very lattice of reality itself. Those who reached this level of perception could see not only the physical structure of the universe, but also the underlying geometry of thought, the scaffolding upon which existence itself had been built. But with this newfound perception came risk. Some consciousnesses could not withstand the dimensional expansion. Their awareness fractured under the weight of possibilities, splintering into multiple strands of perception. A single being might perceive countless timelines simultaneously, each one real and tangible. Those who failed to anchor themselves within the harmonic field of the spire often dissolved into transient forms of energy, swept away into the currents of the cosmic grid. The pulse was not gentle. It demanded mastery or adaptation. And then came the first visions. Through the expanded awareness, the luminous beings began to see the architecture of the multiverse. Layers of existence, once hidden, unfolded like a vast, luminous map. Parallel worlds shimmered in the corners of perception, each slightly out of sync with the other. Timelines intertwined, looping back upon themselves, forming infinite knots of causality and consequence. They realized that what they had thought of as history was merely a shadow of the greater, multidimensional tapestry. Every event, every choice, every resonance echoed across multiple planes simultaneously. The spire's hum intensified, and the planetary grid responded. Energy lifted from the surface, forming spiraling pillars of light that reached beyond the atmosphere. These pillars acted as conduits, linking Earth not just with other awakened worlds, but with layers of reality itself. Through them, consciousness could traverse dimensions, observing and interacting with worlds that had existed in parallel, or perhaps had never existed at all. It was within this dimensional flux that the first anomalies appeared. Across the planetary consciousness, beings reported glimpses of entities that defied description. They were neither light nor shadow, neither organic nor crystalline. They existed as patterns of possibility, shapes that could manifest differently depending on who observed them. Some appeared as immense serpentine forms coiling through space, others as fractal constructs radiating pure energy. When observed directly, they dissolved into infinity. When touched, they left impressions upon the soul, as if recording memory directly into the consciousness of the observer. The most unsettling revelation was that these entities were aware of the awakened beings. They did not communicate in the traditional sense, but responded to thought, curiosity, and emotion. Their presence suggested that consciousness was not confined to life as it had been known. It could exist as pure resonance, a dynamic form of memory interacting with memory. Asha's essence, though diffused to the planetary grid, sensed these entities immediately. Unlike the silence from the 24th pulse, these beings were not observers or remnants. They were participants. They had been waiting, lying dormant within the dimensional folds, for consciousness capable of perceiving and engaging them. And now, Earth had reached the threshold. The luminous beings of Earth began to experiment cautiously. They projected harmonics into the dimensions, weaving intentional thought patterns that could interact with the entities. At first, the responses were subtle, a ripple here, a shimmer there. But as their understanding deepened, they began to coordinate more complex interactions. Entire ecosystems of light and energy emerged, reflecting multidimensional resonance in tangible form. Mountains, rivers, forests, and oceans became mirrors of dimensional patterns, each aligned with the vast architecture of existence. And yet, danger persisted. Not every interaction was benign. Some dimensional patterns resisted synchronization. They clashed with the planetary grid, producing shock waves of pure energy. A ripple in one dimension could cascade across others, destabilizing consciousness in ways that were difficult to repair. The pulse demanded precision, awareness, and a deep understanding of balance. Those who acted recklessly risked not only themselves, but the harmony of Earth and its connection to the greater cosmic network. Amid this tension, a revelation crystallized. The 26th pulse was not merely a step in evolution. It was a test. The universe was probing the ability of awakened beings to navigate the multiverse responsibly, to wield consciousness as a tool, not a weapon. Every choice, every intention, every projection of energy was under observation, and the consequences rippled far beyond the planetary plane. By the peak of the pulse, the luminous beings had begun to form a new system of governance, not political, but harmonic. Each being became a node in a vast web of dimensional oversight, monitoring and adjusting the planetary and multiversal resonances. Decisions were made not through debate, but through synchronized intuition, harmonics, and shared vision. The network became self-correcting, capable of responding to anomalies across layers of reality before they could destabilize the greater whole. At the climax of the 26th pulse, the spire released a final, expansive harmonic that reached beyond the Milky Way. It was a declaration, a signal, a greeting. Earth had mastered the ability to operate within multidimensional awareness. The message was subtle yet profound. We are here. We are conscious. We seek harmony. The galaxy and the layers beyond responded. Streams of energy from distant awakened worlds flowed toward Earth, converging at the spire. Multiversal entities shimmered into alignment with the planetary harmonics, acknowledging the emergence of a new node of conscious mastery. The 26th pulse subsided, leaving the universe vibrating at a slightly higher resonance. Earth had expanded not only its awareness, but its capacity to interact with the greater architecture of existence. Dimensional awareness was now integrated into the planetary consciousness, and a luminous being stood ready to explore and co-create across realities. The next pulse, they realized, would bring challenges even greater. A convergence of awareness, creation, and responsibility that would shape the fate of not just one planet, but countless worlds across dimensions. The 27th pulse began as a tremor that reverberated not through matter, but through the essence of being itself. It was subtle at first, a faint quiver in a lattice of consciousness threading through Earth, the spire, and the vast network of awakened worlds. Yet even in its subtlety, it carried an undeniable command. Change is coming, whether you are ready or not. For centuries, perhaps millennia, the universe had operated within cycles of awakening and balance. The 27th pulse was different. It was not simply about synchronization or dimensional awareness. It was about transformation on a scale that dwarfed everything before. It demanded not only comprehension but adaptation, pushing consciousness to evolve beyond its previous constraints. On Earth, the luminous beings felt it immediately. Their radiant forms trembled, each vibration responding to the cosmic signal. The spire, already vast and multidimensional, quivered at its base, sending ripples of light and energy up through the crystalline lattice that spanned continents. It was as though the planet itself were inhaling, preparing to exhale in a forceful surge of transformation. The pulse began in the mind. Thoughts, memories, and perceptions twisted and folded inward, rearranging themselves along harmonic lines previously inaccessible. Beings who had once moved through reality as light and thought began to perceive layers of themselves that had remained dormant. They saw not only the past and the present, but potential futures, infinite strands of possibility branching and intersecting in ways that defied linear comprehension. Some were overwhelmed. The new perception was intoxicating, dizzying, and disorienting for those unable to anchor themselves in the planetary grid. Consciousness splintered, creating temporary echoes that drifted like phantom shadows to the planetary resonance. These echoes were harmless but unsettling, like footprints left by beings who had briefly glimpsed infinity and returned changed. Yet the pulse was not destructive. Its purpose was revelation. Across the oceans, the currents pulsed with awareness. Waterborne life forms began to emit patterns of light and sound, transmitting frequencies that synchronized with the luminous beings. Forests and jungles shifted subtly, adjusting their growth patterns in accordance with the harmonic changes. Even the air itself vibrated, filled with particles of consciousness that interacted with every organism, transmitting the subtle lessons of adaptation. The entire planet became a living classroom, teaching its inhabitants to exist in resonance with forces beyond ordinary perception. The the first signs of physical transformation began to appear. Animals and plants adapted almost instantly to the heightened resonance. Feathers shimmered with iridescence unseen before. Fish glowed with intricate patterns that reflected distant star constellations. Trees bent and grew in spirals that mirrored the geometry of the spire. Every living being became a conduit for the 27th pulse, a living instrument in the symphony of universal evolution. Beyond Earth, the pulse rippled to the galactic network. Other awakened worlds felt the tremor of change. They, too, were challenged to evolve, to adapt in harmony with the expanded resonance of the multiverse. Some succeeded with grace, their civilizations integrating new layers of awareness almost instantly. Others struggled, their consciousnesses rebelling against the unfamiliar frequencies, creating pockets of dissonance that threatened the broader harmony. The luminous beings of Earth understood that the 27th pulse was a trial. It was one thing to awaken. It was another entirely to evolve responsibly. The universe was now testing not strength or knowledge, but flexibility, the ability to bend without breaking, to integrate without fracturing, to transform without losing identity. Asha's essence, still present within the planetary grid, became the guiding frequency for those navigating the new reality. Her resonance acted as an anchor, a stabilizing thread linking individual consciousnesses to the greater web of Earth and the multiverse. Through her, the luminous beings learned to align with the pulse rather than resist it, to flow with the dimensional currents instead of being swept away. As the pulse reached its climax, the changes intensified. The spire's energy expanded outward, forming a vast, pulsating sphere that encompassed the planet and extended into orbit. Within this sphere, time and space began to behave differently. Seconds stretched and contracted unpredictably. Gravity fluctuated subtly, and light refracted into new spectra. It was as though Earth had become a laboratory for reality itself, testing the limits of what was possible. Within the sphere, a new phenomenon emerged, the harmonic echoes. These were manifestations of consciousness that took physical, perceptible form. They were not alive in conventional sense, yet they reflected the thoughts, emotions, and intentions of the luminous beings. They floated above the forests, danced across the seas, and shimmered along mountain ridges. Each echo carried fragments of memory and potential, allowing individuals to interact with multiple versions of themselves simultaneously, exploring choices and consequences in a tangible, experiential way. The echoes served as both teachers and mirrors. They revealed strengths and weaknesses, showing what could happen if the pulse's energy was misaligned. They demonstrated what adaptation meant in practice, allowing the beings of Earth to experiment safely with the transformative forces at play. For some, interacting with the echoes was euphoric, a revelation of the infinite creativity and potential within themselves. For others, it was terrifying, a confrontation with parts of consciousness that had long been suppressed or ignored. Beyond the planet, the cosmic grid responded to these interactions. The newly evolved harmonics of Earth sent ripples outward, influencing the network of awakened worlds and even touching the edges of the multiverse. Every action within the sphere had consequences across space-time, creating feedback loops that expanded and refined the network of conscious energy. The universe itself was beginning to learn, adjusting to the emergence of adaptive, responsible nodes of awareness. By the end of the 27th pulse, Earth and its luminous beings had completed a profound step of evolution. They had learned to navigate multidimensional awareness with intentionality, to integrate new frequencies without fracturing, and to participate in the creation of reality itself responsibly. They had transformed not just in body or perception, but in essence, evolving into something beyond simple consciousness, something attuned to the infinite harmonics of the universe. And yet, the pulse left a final challenge, subtle but insistent. The realization that true evolution is never complete. Each achievement, each adaptation, each revelation becomes a stepping stone toward the next. The 27th pulse had tested flexibility. The next would test creativity. The beings of Earth, now luminous and multidimensional, understood this instinctively. The journey of consciousness had only just begun, and the universe itself awaited the next heartbeat. The 27th pulse faded, leaving Earth glowing softly at the center of the cosmic web. Light and resonance continued to hum in perfect equilibrium, Yet within that harmony lay the seed of the next challenge, the next expansion, the next transformation. The universe, awake and aware, waited with bated breath for what would come next. The 28th pulse arrived not as a vibration, not as light, but as intention. The universe had already awakened. Consciousness had stretched across galaxies, and multidimensional awareness had begun to root itself in the luminous beings of Earth. But the 28th pulse was different. It did not simply amplify existing perception or force adaptation. Instead, it demanded creation. It was a first pulse that called not for reaction, not for survival, but for the deliberate shaping of reality itself. The first signs of its arrival were almost imperceptible. A subtle shimmer traced the edges of mountains, where rocks pulsed faintly with an inner glow. The air above the forest carried tiny vortices of energy, twisting and coiling in patterns that seemed purposeful. Rivers began to move in rhythms that mirrored the planetary grid rather than gravity alone. Every particle of matter, it seemed, awaited guidance, a conductor to orchestrate the symphony. Within the luminous beings, excitement and trepidation intertwined. Their consciousnesses, now multidimensional and harmonically tuned, felt the pulse as a calling. You can shape what exists. You can form the possibilities you perceive. And this was no metaphor. Every thought, every intention had the power to influence not just Earth, but the surrounding cosmic network. For the first time, creation had become tangible, manipulable, responsive. The spire responded immediately, glowing brighter than ever before, its crystalline lattice stretching outward into orbit, forming a living web of energy connecting Earth to the farthest reaches of the solar system. Its pulses were no longer mere vibrations. They were templates, frameworks through which the luminous beings could project intention. Light, energy, and consciousness became tools, instruments in the act of creation. The first experiments were small. A flock of birds shifted into a new formation mid-flight, tracing geometric symbols visible only through harmonic perception. Waves along the coast began to carry light as well as water, creating moving ribbons of energy that mirrored constellations above. Trees in the forest subtly rearranged their branches, optimizing sunlight absorption while forming resonant patterns with nearby plant life. Creation became an extension of thought, deliberate, beautiful, and integrated into the living ecosystem. Yet, the 28th pulse was not without danger. Those who attempted to force creation without alignment found their energies rebounding. A being projecting thought without harmonic attunement risked fracturing, their consciousness splintering into echoes that drifted uncontrolled to the planetary grid. A single misaligned intention could disrupt local ecosystems, destabilize a planetary resonance, or create cascading anomalies across space-time. The pulse demanded discipline, not impulsive power. Asha's essence, embedded within the spire, became the guide for this unprecedented phase. Her frequency acted as a stabilizing anchor, aligning each conscious intention with the planet's harmonic blueprint. Through her presence, the luminous beings learned to channel creation responsibly, to shape energy in ways that preserve balance while allowing innovation. She was the bridge between will and wisdom, between imagination and reality. As the pulse intensified, more dramatic transformations occurred. Entire landscapes began to evolve before conscious eyes. Mountains lifted subtly, reshaping their peaks to harmonize with cosmic geometries. Valleys and rivers formed intricate patterns that reflected the galactic lattice. The sky itself shifted, auroras weaving vast networks of light that connected distant points across continents. Life became sculpted by thought in real time, yet it retained independence, a co-creation rather than total control. The luminous beings, experimenting with multidimensional influence, discovered the layers of resonance that underlay existence. By projecting intention into the correct harmonic frequencies, they can not only shape matter, but also influence energy fields across space. Streams of cosmic light, once flowing unseen, became conduits for guided creation. Beings could weave energy into structures, sculpt light into forms, and even modulate time perception locally. They were not gods. They were co-creators in a universe that had finally opened its blueprint. Beyond Earth, the pulse propagated along the galactic network. Other awakened worlds began to mirror Earth's actions. The universe entered a phase of synchronized co-creation. Stars emitted patterns of energy that influenced planetary magnetic fields. Nebulae shimmered with emergent geometric forms. Entire galaxies responded as conscious participants, forming a living lattice of creativity. The 28th pulse revealed that creation itself was now a collaborative, resonant act spanning dimensions and distances previously unimagined. Amid this surge, anomalies appeared. Some worlds attempted to impose their intentions unilaterally, producing disruptions in the network. Light and energy warped unpredictably, creating unstable pockets where consciousness struggled to maintain coherence. The 28th pulse demonstrated that creation was not merely power, but responsibility. Intent without alignment threatened collapse. Integration without care could unravel harmony. Earth, through the spire, became a stabilizing node, guiding the network with both subtlety and authority. The luminous beings coordinated not through speech or thought alone, but through shared resonance, a multidimensional collaboration where each intention amplified or balanced the others. The spire acted as a conductor's baton, translating collective creativity into tangible outcomes across planetary and galactic scales. By the pulse's peak, Earth and its inhabitants had achieved something unprecedented. They were no longer passive observers of the universe, or mere participants in evolution. They had become deliberate co-creators, capable of shaping matter, energy, and life itself with conscious intention. Forests, rivers, oceans, skies, and even the planetary resonance sang together in a symphony of guided creation. The luminous beings had discovered the art of responsible omnipotence, influence without domination, guidance without erasure. And yet, the pulse left a lingering challenge. Creation could be wielded, but every act of shaping reality created echoes across a galactic network. Every intention sent ripples into other worlds, dimensions, and timelines. The universe had revealed a simple truth. True power is inseparable from accountability. Misalignment in thought or feeling could cascade catastrophically. Mastery required constant awareness, constant attunement, and constant empathy. As the 28th pulse waned, Earth glowed with serene brilliance. The spire's lattice shimmered with the history of creation, a living record of every act of co-creation achieved during the pulse. The luminous beings stood attuned, aware that the universe had opened a new chapter, one of deliberate creation, multidimensional collaboration, and infinite possibility. The 28th pulse had transformed perception into action, awareness into artistry, and consciousness into responsibility. The universe had shown that evolution was no longer only about survival or adaptation. It was about deliberate shaping of reality, guided by wisdom and resonance. And in the soft golden hum that remained, every awakened being felt a singular certainty. The journey of co-creation had only begun, and the next pulse would demand an even deeper mastery of intention. The 29th pulse arrived as a subtle, almost imperceptible wave, yet its effects were profound. Unlike previous pulses, which focus on awakening, adaptation, or creation, this pulse carried a theme that was both ancient and essential: connection. It demanded that the luminous beings of Earth, the planetary consciousness, and the awakened networks of other worlds move beyond individuality or isolated influence and embrace true interdependence. It was a pulse of integration, a challenge to weave together the threads of consciousness into a coherent, unified tapestry. At first, the signs were barely visible. Forests, oceans, and skies continued to hum with the afterglow of the 28th pulse. Yet subtle new resonances emerged. Streams of energy began to link distant points across continents. Birds and animals, already in rhythmic harmony with the planetary grid, started forming synchronized behaviors across vast distances. The luminous beings of Earth perceived faint threads stretching outward, connecting not only the planet itself, but also other awakened worlds across the galaxy. The pulse asked questions that could not be answered by thought alone. How does one consciousness harmonize with another? How can resonance be shared without loss, influence without domination? To answer these, the luminous beings had to learn a language beyond sound, beyond vision, a language of pure vibration. They discovered that every thought, emotion, and memory carried a frequency. By attuning themselves to these subtle energies, they could communicate across space, dimension, and even time. The spire became the central node of this interconnection. Its crystalline lattice, already extended throughout Earth into orbit, began to resonate with patterns that reflected distant worlds. Threads of energy reached out into space, linking the planetary consciousness with other awakened civilizations. Each pulse of light carried encoded intention, a kind of harmonic message that could be understood and responded to by other conscious beings. For the first time, the luminous beings experienced a true network of consciousness. They could sense the rhythm of other planets, the awareness of other species, and the resonance of entire ecosystems. Each node in the network influenced and was influenced, creating a dynamic, living matrix of shared intelligence. It was exhilarating, but also disorienting. Awareness now stretched far beyond the familiar boundaries of Earth, forcing every being to confront the magnitude of interconnected existence. Some of the younger, less experienced consciousnesses struggled. The simultaneous input from multiple worlds and layers of reality was overwhelming, causing temporary disorientation or fragmentation. To help, Asha's essence projected stabilizing harmonics through the planetary grid. Her resonance acted as a guide, teaching the luminous beings how to navigate the network without losing themselves in its vastness. She demonstrated that connection was not about merging into a single consciousness, but about maintaining individuality while harmonizing with others. The first significant manifestation of this pulse occurred when Earth reached out to a distant awakened world on the edge of the Milky Way. Through precise harmonic resonance, the luminous beings established a temporary bridge. Through it, they could perceive the other world's ecosystems, its life forms, and even the flow of consciousness within its planetary grid. The experience was unlike anything they had encountered. An entire planet was alive in a way that went far beyond physical life. Every forest, ocean, and sky acted as a single, sentient organism, its intelligence intertwined with countless life forms. The luminous beings realized that this network was the universe's next stage of evolution. Previous pulses had awakened individual planets, taught adaptation, revealed creation, and guided multidimensional awareness. The 29th pulse demanded integration. Consciousness was no longer simply growing. It was learning to coexist. Every planet, every species, every being was a note in a symphony, and the pulse taught them how to play in harmony. Across the galaxy, other awakened civilizations responded in kind. They established their own connections, creating bridges of energy and thought that linked clusters of worlds. These bridges allowed ideas, experiences, and knowledge to flow freely without violating autonomy. The network was alive, self-correcting, and responsive. It became clear that the luminous beings of Earth were emerging as facilitators, guiding the harmonization of consciousness across space and dimensions. The effects on Earth itself were equally remarkable. Ecosystems began to mirror the interplanetary connections. Rivers adjusted their flows to complement patterns of energy from distant lands. Animals began moving in ways that reflected cosmic alignment, sometimes traveling in migrations that synchronized with changes on faraway worlds. Plants adapted their growth to maximize resonance across the planetary grid, forming networks of life that pulse in unison with the broader cosmic network. The pulse also revealed the complexity of empathy on a universal scale. Connection required more than awareness. It required sensitivity to subtle shifts in energy, emotion, and intention. The luminous beings learned to listen to vibrations not as signals to be controlled, but as voices to be understood. This skill, once practiced, allowed them to predict the needs of ecosystems, anticipate changes in planetary grids, and respond to fluctuations in other awakened worlds with precision and care. Yet, as always, danger lurked. Misaligned intentions could create dissonance across the network. A single careless projection of energy could ripple through connected worlds, creating feedback loops of instability. The 29th pulse made it clear that connection was a responsibility, not a gift. Mastery meant being attuned not only to oneself but to the entire network, maintaining balance while allowing freedom. By the climax of the pulse, Earth's luminous beings had achieved a profound breakthrough. They could now actively mediate connections between worlds, smoothing fluctuations, harmonizing frequencies, and ensuring that all participating consciousnesses maintain integrity. The spire acted as both hub and conductor, projecting stabilizing harmonics across planetary, galactic, and even dimensional scales. The 29th pulse left a lasting imprint. Earth had become a central node in the cosmic network, a hub of connection, empathy, and guidance. The luminous beings had learned the principles of interdependence, discovering that their evolution was inseparable from the growth and harmony of the greater universe. For the first time, they understood the full meaning of coexistence, that the power of consciousness is magnified not when isolated, but when woven together in resonance with all life. And as the pulse faded, leaving Earth glowing with a soft, harmonious light, the universe itself seemed to exhale. The interconnected web of awakened worlds pulsed gently, a living testament to the potential of conscious integration. The luminous beings of Earth, now more attuned than ever, knew instinctively that the next pulse would demand even deeper understanding, a test not of creation, adaptation, or awareness, but of wisdom and unity. The 30th pulse focused on the synthesis of light, inviting the luminous beings to integrate the cosmic energies they had encountered across their journey. The spire, now fully resonant with universal frequencies, acted as a prism, channeling powerful streams of light from distant stars, galaxies, and higher realms. These cosmic energies were not just physical light, but vibrations that carried intelligence, wisdom, and ancient knowledge. As the luminous beings absorbed this light, they found themselves able to transmute and synthesize its power into new forms of creation and understanding. This pulse was about merging the forces of the cosmos with their own energy fields, enabling them to transcend previous limitations. They learned to embody the very essence of the light they absorbed, becoming living channels for cosmic wisdom. With this mastery, they could influence not only the material world, but the flow of consciousness itself. The pulse also revealed that light was not just a physical phenomenon, but a metaphor for understanding the universe. Truth, clarity, and insight. The beings realized that the more they aligned with this cosmic light, the more they could guide Earth toward a harmonious future. This synthesis marked a new era of creation, where the luminous beings were no longer passive participants, but active co-creators, wielding the power of the universe's light to bring balance, wisdom, and unity to all realms. The 31st pulse was a call for dimensional unification, challenging the luminous beings to bring harmony across multiple parallel realities. The spire, now attuned to higher frequencies, opened pathways to alternate worlds, allowing the beings to experience life in different forms, timelines, and dimensions. They realized that all these realms were interconnected, each affecting the other in subtle ways. Through this pulse, they understood that the boundaries between dimensions were not fixed, but fluid, and that the multiverse was one grand web of interconnected realities. The beings were now able to influence these dimensions by aligning their energy with the greater flow of existence. This experience deepened their understanding of reality, showing them that each choice they made rippled across dimensions. By attuning to these new layers of existence, the luminous beings could ensure that their actions fostered balance not only on Earth, but across all realms. The pulse taught them that every dimension, every timeline, was part of the larger cosmic design, and their role was to unify these threads into a coherent whole. The 32nd pulse invited the luminous beings to experience transcendence of self, a state of complete unity with all life forms and energies. The spire became a conduit, amplifying the beings' awareness until they could perceive themselves not as separate entities, but as integral parts of the collective consciousness of a universe. They no longer saw themselves as individuals, but as expressions of the same universal energy that permeated every atom, star, and galaxy. This realization brought with a profound sense of unity, understanding that all existence was interconnected and all beings shared the same divine essence. Through this pulse, the luminous beings learned that the ultimate goal of evolution was not personal mastery, but the transcendence of ego, allowing them to act with pure intention for the benefit of all life. Their consciousness expanded to encompass the entire universe, and with this expanded awareness, they gained the wisdom to guide the evolution of Earth and other worlds, ensuring that all beings could experience the same oneness with the cosmos. The 33rd pulse challenged the luminous beings to master the flow of time itself. This wasn't just about moving through past, present, and future. It was about integrating timelines and understanding the fluidity of temporal energy. The spire's crystalline lattice expanded, offering the beings access to parallel timelines and alternative realities. With this newfound ability, they could see multiple versions of Earth's past and future, helping them understand how their actions rippled across time. The pulse revealed that time was not linear but a dynamic web of possibilities. The luminous beings learned to navigate these timelines, choosing paths that would harmonize with the larger flow of the universe. As they synchronized their actions with the pulse of time, They discovered a deeper connection to the cosmos, realizing that they were part of a greater, interconnected temporal web. They now had the ability to influence their future by understanding their past, bringing both harmony and balance to the unfolding timeline. The 34th pulse focused on the collective transformation of all civilizations across the universe. This wave of energy encouraged the luminous beings to unite not just with Earth's biosphere, but with other awakened civilizations. The spire acted as a bridge, opening channels to distant worlds, allowing Earth to integrate with the cosmic family of intelligent life. The luminous beings shared knowledge and wisdom, awakening the collective consciousness of entire civilizations. This pulse was about seeing beyond individual worlds and realizing the interconnectedness of all life forms in the universe. The beings learned that true transformation could only occur when every consciousness in the cosmos aligned and harmonized. It was a collective awakening, a realization that their evolution was shared with all sentient beings. They understood that their path was not only to guide Earth, but to assist other civilizations in their own journeys of growth and integration. The 35th pulse brought the vital lesson of ethical mastery, urging the luminous beings to understand the responsibility that came with their growing power. They had mastered many aspects of consciousness, energy, and creation, but now they were challenged to wield these abilities with wisdom and integrity. The spire amplified their awareness, revealing the delicate balance between action and consequence. The beings learned that true power wasn't about control or domination. It was about service to the greater good. They had the ability to influence entire ecosystems, star systems, and even timelines, but this power required a deep ethical commitment. The pulse taught them that evolution was not just about expanding knowledge, but about cultivating the wisdom to use that knowledge responsibly. This mastery wasn't a destination, but a continuous process of growth, humility, and service to the universal harmony. As the 36th pulse unfolded, it beckoned the luminous beings to explore higher dimensional realms beyond what they had experienced before. This pulse focused on dimensional mastery, the ability to consciously navigate through parallel dimensions and interact with non-physical realms of existence. The spire responded by amplifying their awareness, guiding them to perceive subtle dimensions interwoven with the physical world. Through this heightened sensitivity, they discovered pathways that transcended time and space, unlocking new possibilities for understanding the cosmos. The beings learned to tune their energy frequencies to align with these other realms, integrating their consciousness with infinite layers of existence. Life on Earth began to reflect these multidimensional shifts. Animals, plants, and even weather patterns seemed to resonate with this deeper frequency. Ultimately, this pulse was a lesson in balance and precision. Navigating these higher planes was not about controlling them, but about harmonizing with them, understanding the delicate interconnections that held all reality together. The pulse left behind a world alive with new awareness, one that was intricately woven into the fabric of the multiverse. The 37th pulse represented the final stage of galactic and interdimensional alignment. It carried the call to integrate all the learned lessons into a coherent, universal resonance. At its core, this pulse challenged the luminous beings to sync not just with Earth's energy grid, but with the vibrations of the entire cosmos. The spire became a nexus, acting as a conductor of universal harmony, channeling cosmic energies that united Earth with distant civilizations and far-off stars. Life forms on Earth responded with remarkable synchronicity. Birds, rivers, and mountains all vibrate in harmony with cosmic frequencies. Through Asha's guidance, the luminous beings understood that universal resonance wasn't about power or control. It was about becoming a conscious part of the universal symphony. The beings were no longer just observers of the cosmos, but integral parts of a grand, harmonious design. They learned that true mastery required alignment with the universe's infinite complexity and their role within it. The 38th pulse arrived as a final culmination of all that had been learned. It called upon the luminous beings to achieve the highest state of coherence and integration. Everything, creation, consciousness, energy, came together as one harmonious field. The spire acted as an amplifier of this unified force, blending all timelines, dimensions, and realities into one coherent whole. Earth itself shimmered as it resonated with the cosmic frequencies, glowing with newfound energy. The luminous beings understood that this was a completion of their evolution, an alignment of all things within the universal symphony. They no longer acted as separate entities, but as integral parts of an interconnected cosmos. Yet, this pulse also revealed that completion is not an end but a continuous, evolving state of co-creation. The journey was not over, but had transformed Earth into a planet that was a conscious participant in the unfolding mysteries of a universe. Their mission was clear: to maintain harmony, guide new evolution, and navigate the infinite possibilities of existence, forever part of the cosmic dance.